Hello? Okay, cool. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being patient as we go through some technical difficulties. Welcome to Web3Dubai. If this is the first day that you're joining, I'm Megan Dias. I come from the MetaMask team, and I'm really excited to be here. And to kick things off, our first speaker is from the BizDev side at 0x, a liquidity aggregator for DeFi. She will be talking about how 0x works across the stack. So please welcome to the stage Daria Shakbazova.
Thank you, Megan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hello. Okay. Basically, first of all, I want to thank you, everybody who came in this early hour. I know it's not easy overall, and let's get this thing started. The only thing, how do I switch the slides? Huh? Just arrows. Okay. So yes, the theme of the talk today is how 0x works across the stack, and to be more specific, how we build exchange infrastructure for the internet overall. So let's get this thing started. Here is the agenda for today, and basically the first thing I want to talk about is how the projects begin. For me, they begin with the dream. And this is what happened in 2016 when our founders, Will and Amir, they came up with this big but also simple dream to tokenize the vault and to allow all the value to flow freely overall. And of course, it should happen on-chain. So why on-chain? First of all, because it's permissionless. For example, you and me, we can create our own tokens and launch them very quickly. And I think people are even tokenizing their own lives these days, even though I'm not sure this is the best idea overall. Second thing, it's very easy to overall get a distribution, because you get these distribution channels like wallets and user interfaces versus in the past we had centralized exchanges where you would need to pay some fees to get listed on, and overall it was controlled and more complicated. And finally, now we have automated market makers which allow to get you liquidity also very quickly, and you are not dependent on professional market makers. The tokenization use cases actually are very wide. I'm pretty sure that probably in this audience at least every second person, maybe even each person, owns at least one NFT, soul collectibles. I do own one, but no, not fancy ones. But you definitely own governance tokens or some digital art, and basically the use cases are enormous for tokenization overall. So this is how the vision was. But of course, the vision of our founders is not limited only to them. Smart people think alike overall. And basically what does it mean is that a lot of players in the field were also considering tokenization and DeFi very seriously. The proof of that is Binance and Coinbase that launched self-custodian wallets a few years ago. And right now in the newspapers every day you get to see more and more big tech names like Robinhood, Revolut, Stripe, Nubank overall. So what does it mean for us? Basically for us it means that it's a good thing, but we also are getting a bit of an issue. Why? Because if each person, you, me, your neighbor, my neighbor, your company, my city or country, launch each own token or decentralized app, or even blockchain, we get a problem with liquidity overall. So the liquidity becomes really scattered. And this is where 0x comes in and helps out overall. So here we have 3 products that help you to overcome this issue. I will deep dive in each of them so we could see how it works on each level of the journey. So first of all, matcha. Okay, so Matcha, imagine you are this aspiring DeFi user who is just getting into Web3. And you are a bit confused and lost because you get all these names like Uniswap, SushiSwap, DYDX. You are not sure like which exchange, like which DEX to use and how efficient it will be for you. You might go and compare the quotes, but this is like takes time and you need to figure out like the different interfaces. And overall, it's complicated. So what Matcha helps you to do is to get like the best price out of like dozens of the most popular DeFi destinations and also optimize your gas fees. Matcha is front-end level of all 0x products, and basically there it's just the start of your journey overall. The friendly UX allows to like onboard users on Web3 pretty quickly. And it has been proved by the numbers because over like almost 60 billion volume has been gone through Matcha since it started in 2020 overall. Now we have a nice surprise for people who are here. So for people who participate like in this talk, we get a POP which allows you to get early access to next version of Matcha. It's not released yet, so if you are interested, it might be a good time to like get a photo and get a POP so you can use Matcha later. No, like very few people have seen the new version overall. I will give like 10 seconds maybe here to do it overall. Okay. Now, imagine you have been trading on Matcha for quite a while and you are experienced DeFi trader more or less now. You have been playing around your protocols, maybe Aave, Curve, others. And basically, now you're considering, okay, I'm experienced DeFi person. I want to build something for myself. Maybe it is a wallet. And if you want to build a wallet, you probably want to have a swap in it overall. And basically, this is what 0x API powers. Similar functionality to Matcha, so where you can like trade and swap tokens and get the best fees and lows and like the best price overall, but for applications such as wallets overall. So for us, like how we think about swap API, we consider it like the best. Basically, the swap does DEX aggregation and smart order routing, but for us, it's like Google Maps for Web3 trading because it saves you a lot of time and a lot of like costs as well in terms of trading overall. How popular this system is? Basically, Swap API has processed more than 100 billion volume so far, more than 50 million of transactions, and we are on 8 blockchains, and we parse the liquidity from more than 70 liquidity sources at the moment. We're really trusted by the market overall. For example, MetaMask uses us. Hello, Megan. Also, like Coinbase uses us, Robinhood uses us, GameStop, Zapper, DeFi Saver, a bunch of integrators really can bring you to unexpected places, but if you have someone experienced, he will definitely get you to the destination. Now, you have been, and now that you have been swapping using 0x API, you also want to see the data overall for your wallet. Like, what are the size of swaps, what are the top users, what are top trades, and this is also is empowered by another API, Day2 API, which on top of which you can build interfaces and basically get access to all this data. One example of this is like 0x Explorer, where in simplified way you can see all the data for your wallet that basically you need across different blockchains and swap sizes. You, at the moment, after like you've built your own wallet, you became an experienced DeFi dev, and maybe you want to go like one level deeper on the stack. You want to build on the protocol itself. What is protocol? 0x protocol is probably the oldest and most well-known product of 0x, because this is what basically was launched in 2017. It's open protocol that allows for P2P exchanges. And it could be pretty much anything according to, like, in line with our vision to allow all the value to flow freely. It could be NFTs. It could be, it can be like DEX aggregation. Pretty much anything that comes to mind, you can come and build on top of the 0x protocol, because it's public good, it's open sourced. And it's fully decentralized and managed by the community of 0x holders. I've been talking for a while right now, and it's all probably sounds like, I hope, cool, but the thing is, what's in it for you? Like, I can talk a lot, but what are about like real-life use cases? I want to share one from the future. Overall, not the real future, but future finance. Future finance is a decentralized protocol focusing on building crypto indexes. And basically how the story came in, originally they planned to build a crypto index PDI based on top 5 DeFi tokens projects. And they started using Uniswap and SushiSwap for this, Uniswap v2. At some point they realized that liquidity from these exchanges is just not enough, and they started building connectors to new DEXs to allow for the index to be like fully operational. So basically what they started doing is actually building DEX aggregator. When they realized it, they reached out to different teams, and eventually they landed on 0x as their solution. What did it change for them? Basically a few things. First of all, they now optimized for the cost of minting and cost of rebalancing. And this is like, they started with 5 tokens in index, but they landed at the end of the day with 0x on 13 tokens in the index. And this basically means if you mint, it's like 5 or 13 swaps, which is like involving all the gas fees and routing and lots of interesting stuff overall. So with us, they allowed to optimize for this cost. Also, because 0x support like 8 blockchains, they could quickly launch on Avalanche as well, the new index. And overall, the final thing, because crypto indexes also are kind of institutional product as well, they were very interested to support large trade size in millions of dollars, and this is what is allowed by proprietary market makers RFQ system that 0x support. At this point, basically, they could start focusing on like building their own product, real crypto index, and not what they been doing for quite some time, which is like building DEX aggregator, which is a little bit like reinventing the wheel overall. I'm basically almost done. The last thing maybe I want to tell today is that despite the bear market, we're hiring. We're hiring across all the verticals, from tech and non-tech as well. Personally, I've been looking for account manager to help us working with our integrators for forever. So like, please reach out. And we haven't been affected by FTX case, so like happy to talk to anyone interested in opportunities with us. Please ping me directly or like via email. Happy to chat overall. I'm open to any questions if we have time. Okay, I think we have a question. Yeah. Anything else? Except for POPs. For POPs, we will figure it out and distribute it in some way so people could reach Matcha. Okay, yeah. Sorry?
Test.
Yeah.
For the API, for the data API, what type of programming languages are required to use them? Do you know that?
Okay, I actually need to double check on this one how it works from that level, because nobody has even asked this, to be honest. I think it's just
Okay,
plug
sorry.
and play overall, so
No
I don't
worries.
think something very specific should be required from there overall. We're good, I guess. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Daria. Our next speaker is the CEO and co-founder of Neon Labs, which helps dApp developers use Ethereum tooling on Solana. She will be uncovering a lot of technical tricks to unite these two worlds, which will be of particular interest to cross-chain developers. So please welcome to the stage Marina Gurieva.
science behind the development of Neon EVM. Neon EVM is the Ethereum virtual machine on Solana. Sorry, I have the technical issues here. So, what basically we are doing, we are uniting two worlds, Ethereum and Solana. And you might know that these two ecosystems, they are totally different from each other. Technically and not only technically. So when we started our journey in December 2020, we thought it would be tough, but like not that tough to unite these two blockchains. It turned out that there are too many differences, and we have to think about like very, very creative technical solutions in order to enable the EVM running smoothly and seamlessly on Solana. And I will show you here just several things that we did in terms of how to enable this smooth running. First, you have to understand that Neon EVM is a Solana program running natively on Solana. So basically, it deals with the Solana transactions, not with the Ethereum-like transactions. But we still have to enable the smooth running of the Ethereum dApps on top of Neon EVM. So this is a trick that we have. We are packing Ethereum-like or Neon transactions inside Solana transactions. More you can learn today during our workshop. Our CTO will do a workshop in the afternoon. But I want to highlight that it's a very non-standard way of just tackling these technical issues, and we managed to do these quite successfully. So in terms of what we have right now, after 2 years of building this EVM, it consists of several components. We're not talking about EVM itself. We're talking about proxy servers that enable the wrapping of the Neon transactions inside the Solana transactions. Basically, these proxy, they will be decentralized going forward. Right now, we're starting with the two operators enabling this infrastructure, but then they can do only one thing, wrapping of the Neon transactions inside Solana transaction for the users to have a smooth and nice experience as if they are on any Ethereum-like blockchain. So then we have a special unit which we call Tracer API, and this is to enable the smooth integration with the graph node. You might know that Ethereum dApps, they need sometimes the graph, and in order for us to have this nice and smooth integration, we had to build this Trace API, basically, which tracks the history. Then we also have Neon Pass, and this is a special tool that was created in order to enable the transfer of the tokens breached to Solana. They are breached not by us. So as mentioned already, we're just an EVM solution on Solana. We're not a breach. So, but still, we have to transfer the tokens breached by a wormhole to Solana to Neon EVM, and like to place them to special addresses in order for us to deal with them as with the ERC20 tokens. And then we also have Neon Faucet. It's a special tool for those of you guys who want to start developing on Neon. So it's Neon is on Solana DevNet, so and you can go and check on it, and then you can start develop, and you will get tokens just clicking on these Neon Faucets, Neon tokens as well as ERC20 tokens. Then we also build DAO governance. What we want to have from the very beginning, we want to enable the proper decentralized governance of the whole ecosystem, Neon ecosystem, and so we built a module for that. We've been on Solana DevNet beta testing our product since April this year, and we successfully tested different Ethereum dApps from different categories in order to check and be sure that all of them can work smoothly on Neon EVM and can be deployed smoothly. And we also did the performance tests, and you can see here the results that we got on Solana. And you should know that Solana enables parallel execution of transactions, and basically, as Neon EVM is the dApp on Solana, so we can enjoy the same thing. So our transactions are done in parallel on Solana. So the result that we have 2,000 TPS for Neon token on Solana on Solana mainnet currently. And this is a very high throughput, as you can understand, because Ethereum at max has 115 TPS. So, and we also have a very nice price tag on transactions. So, taking into consideration what happened last week with Solana price, it's painless. It's literally we are talking about enabling transactions for free to everybody, almost for free. Oops, guys, something is wrong. Nope. Yep. So in terms of what was done by us, during the last year, we changed more than 650K of code lines. We ran more than 4,000 tests in order to ensure that the system works smoothly and nicely. We also, as mentioned, enabled the integration with the infrastructure tools that are needed two accounts within one Solana transaction. Because like, for example, when we started testing the fork of Arbor, we ran into the issue that deposit functionality of Arbor needed more than 100 accounts, Solana accounts per one transaction in July. And we started working with Solana and just reduced this number to 58 accounts, and Solana enabled something they call version 2 Solana transactions on Solana mainnet in order for us to be able to run smoothly a fork of Arbor. So this is what was done. We can talk later about each and every feature that you can see here, but most crucial is that we managed to build a very professional team of engineers during the last year, and we have 46 people currently working on Neon EVM. Most of them are engineers, which are distributed across 16 countries right now. And we would love anybody of you to join us if you have skills. And this is what we have in terms of the ecosystem. So the dApps that you can see here, they started deploying their contracts on Neon DevNet, and they're gonna be with us, at least they want to be with us Yeah, thank you very much. And the mainnet launch date is the 12th of December. So the contracts will be enabled by the foundation on that day on Solana mainnet. So if you're a developer, it's like the best time for you right now. In terms of what we will do next, it's interoperability. Basically, we're not building EVM in order to enable functionality of Ethereum virtual machine on Solana. We want to have a very smooth communication between Ethereum dApps deployed on Neon EVM and between Solana dApps natively deployed on Solana. And this is a challenging task as well. We know how to tackle it, and we will do it in the next year. And this is like a promotion. I would love to invite you to start building on Neon EVM if you have any Ethereum dApps or ideas which dApps you would love to deploy on Neon EVM, taking into consideration the throughput, the costs, and the future interoperability with Solana dApps. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please ask.
One, two, one. Okay, impressive numbers to the TPS and the gas fee. But again, for me as dApp developer, what is required to use your platform? How hard to be part of your ecosystem deployment? How it works actually?
So, sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, I would like to use in your platform. I am dApps developer, and how hard to use in Solana or EVM? How it works actually?
Okay, in terms of the usage. If you're a dev developer, so like you have to come with your Ethereum dev and like use the Ethereum tooling that you're accustomed to and just deploy. So basically, nothing. You have to change like nothing literally, and you have to use the standard tooling that you are using on Ethereum. So, and those guys who did it, they confirmed that it can be done without any changes to the code.
I mean, from the pragmatic way, I would like to access liquidity of Solana. It's okay, but you mentioned interoperability. Is it a block to use this liquidity on Solana?
Is it what?
Yeah, interoperability. You mentioned that the next step for the platform is interoperability, right? And I would like to access the Solana liquidity and to be part of ecosystem. Should I wait for this feature, or I already can to get access to liquidity of Solana?
So in terms of like access to Solana market and Solana users, you can start deploy your contracts right now, and you will get it from day one. So basically, Neon EVM runs on Solana, and so everybody on Solana knows about Neon EVM. So you can tap easily into this market. When I'm talking about interoperability, I'm talking more about like one contract deployed on Neon EVM being able to call Solana contract deployed natively on Solana and vice versa. And this is an additional functionality, so that will lead to like to more synergies between two platforms and then to new products, I believe, as well. But like still, if you have an existing Ethereum dev and you're thinking like where should I go in order to acquire more users and to grow, then like it can be an option for you, Neon EVM.
Okay, and the last question. I guess you support ERC20 standards, but Solana is about NFT also. Do you support NFT, Solana?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, yes, of course. I guess you support ERC20 standard of Ethereum. ERC20.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Just
But Solana, mostly for me, about NFT and all the creators industry, I would say. Do you support NFT on Solana and on Neon?
So we are talking about supporting Ethereum standards on Neon EVM. So basically, we're talking about supporting ERC20 and ERC 721 standards on Neon EVM. That allows you to deal with NFTs, Ethereum like NFTs, and we do have the integration with Solana Metaplex in order to enable the transfer of those NFTs to Solana.
Thank you. Impressive.
More questions? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Marina. And yeah, devs keep the 12/12 date in mind. So this next speaker quit Web2 to make her move from data to DevRel. She hails from the DevRel world of Anchor and Developer DAO and will explore purpose-built APIs today. Also going by Krinza.eth and Krinza.lens, please welcome Krinza Momin to the stage.
All right, Martin Savage, he's with the U.S. troops. They're already in southern Iraq. They're moving forward. They're clearly on the way towards Baghdad. And you're looking at these live pictures of rather intense. They're anticipating a U.S. strike. We are now
right, good morning. So first, thanks for coming out today. We'll be talking about building multi-chain NFT dApps. But just a quick vibe check. Just raise your hand if you know what NFTs are. Of course. Raise your hand if you are a developer or a builder in this space. OK, OK. And raise your hand if you have ever tried to extract data off of blockchain without any APIs or any tools that we have. Swag, OK, nice. Yeah, so I mean, let's talk about NFTs for a minute, right? Now we know that NFTs have been the talk of the town for past 1 and 2 years, right? And with that, we saw many people buying their first NFTs, selling their first NFTs. We've seen them making hundreds and thousands of transactions over the blockchain, right? But at the same time, what we saw is the excitement in the developer community to kind of build and ship products that grew a lot of innovation in the NFT space and use cases. But with all of that came a lot of data. And with a lot of data came a lot of issues that developers have to face. And today, we're going to go over some of the Web3 data challenges, right? And then, of course, we're going to see what NFT API is. And of course, in a more holistic view of what Anchor Advanced APIs does. And of course, we're going to see one of the use cases. We're going to narrow down the API use case. We're going to see how you can start building with the NFT API or with Anchor. Sounds good? Cool. All right, but first, I'm Krinza. I'm a DevRel engineer. I work for this protocol called Anchor. We are building a decentralized Web3 infrastructure. We help developers to build decentralized dApps and connect them with 20+ blockchains. And I don't know, you might have seen me around Developer DAO a lot. But before really doing all of the Web3 stuff, I was actually working in my capacity as a data scientist. So I've built AI products, AI services. And one of the things that, as a developer in that space, we used to face was basically not having enough data to work with, right? And that was a huge problem. And I think the problem stemmed from a lot of matters. And one of the problem usually used to was a lot of policies and regulation was there in terms of the data sharing between two parties. It was not only difficult and impossible, but it was considered immoral as well. But I remember my first exposure to blockchain data and just learning about how blockchain is permissionless, right? And it was crazy. As a data scientist, it was a holy grail. The fact that blockchain data is just out there for anyone to just work with and get access to that and make meaningful dApps off of that data, it was crazy. But for me, I think the entire thing was just in theory. Because blockchain data is really complicated. It's really complicated. And we are not just talking about one blockchain here. We are talking about multiple blockchains. We just don't have Ethereum only. We have Polygon, we have Solana, we have multiple blockchains, 100+ blockchains are there. And if you're a developer, if you're already realizing that users interact with more than one networks, right? So you might have to build dApps that are multi-chain. But if you have been working and building in this space, you might have already went through a lot of these issues. First being the complexity of the data, and of course, you having to set up your infrastructure and the nodes to save that data and make use of that, it's just crazy bad. And I think that's what leads me to introducing what we are building at Anchor. So instead of just providing you with a node infrastructure, we are also providing you, as you developers, with the tools that you might use to kind of ship your products faster. So we have kind of did our due diligence in terms of analyzing the trends and what kind of data developers want to extract. And we have classified that into 3 different types. First is NFT data, which includes metadata, which includes prices, which includes interactions. And then we have token, and then we have query. That means that a developer might want to know the block, the logs of the blockchain, right? Developer might want to know the price. Developer might want to know the interactions between the blockchains and the transfers between the blockchains, right? So we have covered these into 3 different APIs, but for the purpose of this talk, we're going to narrow it down to just one API, which is NFT API. But if you want to explore more, you can just, after this talk, we can have more conversations around the other 2 as well. And I think one of the solid point right here is that the APIs not only get you access to just one blockchain, you only have to make one request and it will pull historical data. It will pull granular transaction or like any kind of blockchain data that you want from across 8 different blockchain right here. You can pull data from Polygon, Ethereum, Syscoin, Avalanche. There are like many other right here. And we are constantly adding more ecosystem in our platform, in our network. Why? Because we realize that developers want to build a lot of different dApps, and they want interoperability, just like this speaker that was speaking just before me. Like, we are all trying to build a multi-chain future together, because we realize that users want to interact with more than one blockchains. So this is basically the URL or the endpoint where you can make requests for the APIs and to extract data, which is basically rpc.anchor.com/multichain. So, we have talked about the challenges that we face as a developer. We just went through what advanced API is that we are building at Anchor. But let's see how you can actually get started building with those advanced API, particularly with the NFT API. So let's say you want to fetch NFT by address. This is one of the most common use case we saw when we analyze what kind of data developers want, right? And it's because, developers are building wallets, and wallets need to show NFTs that a particular, user is holding. And then there are a lot of different dApps, such as NFT Gallery or NFT, viewer apps right there, or even the DeFi dApps where you have to show how many NFTs a particular user have. Right? So we're going to see how you can, in 3 simple steps, you're going to achieve this exact same thing. And you don't even have to set up your own nodes or infrastructure, like no node maintenance at all. So step 1 is basically just installation of package. So you can get started with the Anchor.js, which will allow you to interact with our advanced APIs. So just install, you can npm it or yarn it, and just install the API. That's like one line here, right? The second step is to basically initialize the Anchor provider. Now that includes like just 2 more other lines, which is like you import the Anchor provider. And then if you're a premium user, you just have to enter your API key. Otherwise, just go for an object, which is Anchor provider. And the last step is basically you have to call one of the supported methods that are out there for the NFT API. So for here, we are using get NFTs by owner. So we also have React hooks if you want to use that, right? So all you have to do is there are like 2 parameters we are passing. One is the blockchain. Now you can add like Ethereum just because of its popularity, and like it's the standard set to kind of extract everything from Ethereum first. So we are passing Ethereum and just the wallet address that you want NFTs for. And I don't know if it's visible enough, but this is how you're going to get it. And the metadata is basically by default added to this API, so you don't have to like make multiple calls as well. You will gonna get NFT metadata from this app. So you can see like we have Avalanche right there, like from the top, and then we have BSC chains, NFT, and then ETH, and like if I could scroll down, they're like Polygon, Avalanche, Syscoin, all the other chains as well. Yeah, and I think if you want to explore more on, or if you want to get started building with NFT API or token API or query API, just head over to the developer resource. I'm going to stay like for a minute, like if you want to take a screenshot, like just scan the QR code, or just head over to anchor.com/docs. We have guides, we have tutorials, we have articles, we have API references. We have all sorts of material ready for you to start building, right? But if you feel like there's something missing, just make sure you come to me because that's bad. Like, we want to make sure that the onboarding of developers are as smooth as we want for users as well, right? And yeah, I mean, you can also tweet at me at this name. I should have gone for my real name, but this is more complicated. But you can tweet out at Anchor as well. And I would love to take few questions if you have. Like, I know you might have questions related to, like, you know, you can use GraphQL or like subgraphs, like what are the differences? But I want to hear like what are your thoughts about, or if you're building any dApps at the moment, which kind of works in the realm of NFTs or like fetching any data, because of course every dApp needs to fetch data. So like, you know, I'm open to questions if you have any. Otherwise we can wrap up. Sure. Can you pass the mic? Hi.
Is it on? Oh yeah. Your SDK, it's a JavaScript SDK. Do you have any plans for other platforms?
So, I mean, there are a lot of other platforms as well that provides you with extraction of data, right? But the fact that we support more blockchains, and then we're going to add more, not just EVM blockchains, but non-EVM as well, and then we're going to go on supporting testnets as well.
But is there any plans for things like, I don't know, like a React SDK or a iOS, Android SDK, those sort of things, for being able to pull in NFTs into mobile
So
apps?
we recently rolled out this product, so we have a lot to come up with. So this is like the first iteration of providing you with the APIs. We also released React hooks because that's the trend. Like, developers in the Web3 space are like fan of React, right? So we like automatically released React hook. We also have Python SDK. So if you are not building with JavaScript SDK, like go for Python SDK. And if you want more support, like just let me know. I will make sure that that happens.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Yeah, sure.
Hello.
Hi.
So you're mostly focused on the data fetching elements at the moment, right?
Sorry?
You're mostly focused on fetching of information on multiple blockchains,
Yeah.
right? So are you also aiming towards different kinds of actions, like maybe swaps across multiple networks with NFTs, atomic swaps or other, I mean, interoperability in terms of more than just data fetching?
Yeah, so that's in our longer term plan. We, again, like we have been talking to developers and like small teams together, and they are very much interested in transfers. They are very much interested in the interaction that's happening between the blockchains, right? We do have an API endpoints which goes under token or query API, right? We can explore that. Like if you want to explore that, we can have a talk about that as well. But if you think that that data is not relevant for you or like whatever you were talking about, like just let me know, we'll add it to the product pipeline for sure. Like we are open for suggestion because it's really new and we want feedback, we want your support. So you can roast our product. Like I would love that because that's how we improve stuff here in Web3.
And just one more thing, are you supporting test networks as well? Because with the code that you showed it, I think it was mainnet, so for all networks.
So right now it's on mainnet because we just released, and by the end of this month or like earlier next month, we will roll out the testnet support as well for all the 8 chains.
All right, thank you.
Any more questions? We're done.
Any other questions?
Awesome.
Cool. Thank you, Krinza.
Thank you. I'll be around, so if you have any question, like just feel free to ping me. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Ooh. Sorry. Okay. Thanks, everyone. We'll take a short break, and we'll start again at 12. And yeah, so just, you know, if you want a bathroom break, tea break, we'll start again at 12. So see you soon.
عملت طيب نور مراجعة مراجعة مراجعة
By the way, don't lose this thing. It's yours by your team.
तेरा है क्या लैपटॉप? This one yours?
Perfect, thank you. Hi, everyone. Ooh, sorry. Welcome back. We'll begin again. So, one of the core properties of the blockchain is its immutability, which means that no one can alter or change the previous transaction. However, not every smart contract has immutable code. So today, Arseny Roitov covers the principles of proxy patterns, their common pitfalls, and how to detect proxy storage collisions. So please welcome to the stage Arseny.
Hi everyone, my name is Arseny. I'm from the company called Day2. We do security audits for smart contracts, and today I would like to talk about the security of proxies. So our plan will be like this. We will start from the basics. We will recap the principles behind the proxies, then we will go to vulnerabilities, like two main classes of vulnerabilities that happen in proxies. It's storage collisions and direct implementation initialization. Okay, so what are proxies and why are they used? Smart contracts are immutable. It has its cons and pros. Of course, a smart contract should be very reliable. It should have quality of Mars rover in terms of software quality. No way to fix bugs without redeploying a contract to the new address because of this immutability. And as you understand, a single bug can be a disaster. But on the other hand, such contracts, immutable ones, cannot rug pull you because you see all the logic and it cannot change. So why can't we just deploy a new contract instead of using proxies? This is why, because DeFi is composable. It means that you use DeFi not only from frontend, but also other contracts use your contracts on the blockchain. And in order to know the address of your contract, this address should be static. And because if you deploy a new one, your address will change. So there are some workarounds to this, of course, like using ENS resolution. Is, of course, using proxies. So what's a proxy? It's basically just a wrapper that sits behind your actual implementation contract. It's like a reverse proxy server behind your application server. The main function of a proxy is to forward calls to your implementation contract, and the main property of the proxy is its static address. And yeah, not taking into account other kind of proxies that are minimal proxies, and they serve other purpose. It doesn't have, it has nothing to do with upgradability, so we will leave it here. So how does a proxy work on the code level? It's actually a special type of a call called delegate call, and this call is performed in a fallback function. This fallback function is just a function that is gets executed every time when you call an unknown function on your contract. So it just basically just receives all the calls to your contracts and redirects them to the implementation contract. So I guess there are many developers, and of course you know what's delegate call and how it differs from like a static call or an ordinary call, but just let's recap using this graph. So as you know, the difference is that when you use a delegate call, there is a difference in the MSG sender and MSG value, so it's not the contract that actually performed the call, but the proxy contract. This is the difference. It's important to say about how proxies initialize. You cannot use constructors because they will modify the storage of implementation instead of proxy. And that is why special functions are used. They are basically just ordinary functions, but they are called when the contract is deployed by the proxy. Usually it's called initialize. If you look at OpenZeppelin's contracts or if you deployed proxies, you of course know about this. There are generally two patterns. The first one is transparent proxy pattern, and the second one is universal upgradable proxy system. The difference between them is quite simple. In TPP pattern, the upgrade logic sits in the proxy itself, and in UUPS proxy, the upgrade logic is offloaded to the implementation itself, so it allows to upgrade the upgrade logic itself. And there are two main storage layout patterns. The first one is a structured layout, which is achieved usually by inheriting the same contract by both proxy and implementation. And the second one is unstructured layout. It's basically EIP 1967. It means that the address of the implementation sits at a predefined slot that is defined by this EIP. And most block explorers know this predefined slot, and when you open a proxy on EtherScan, for example, you can see that EtherScan recognizes this contract as a proxy because he looks at the storage and finds this predefined storage slot and checks that it is not empty. This is how it looks on a schema of storage. The basic difference is that implementation address sits at different positions in structured layout and in unstructured. You pay attention to the implementation address that occupies the first slot in structured layout, and the slot which is predefined by the standard, which just sits at some pseudo-random slot for structured layout. And I can single out two big classes of vulnerabilities in proxies. The first one is, of course, proxy storage collision, and the second one is the direct implementation initialization. So we will learn these classes just by looking at actual hacks that happened previously. Let's start with proxy storage collisions. One of the most famous hacks that happened because of proxy storage collision is Odious one. This project is like a Web3 Spotify, and it implemented a proxy system that inherited OpenZeppelin's contracts. It was actually audited by OpenZeppelin, but there was still a bug related to the proxy. In Odious contracts, in governance contract, there was a proxy that defined a custom variable, and at the same time it inherited the OpenZeppelin's contracts that had different variables at this particular slot, at slot 0. And this led to this vulnerability, because the custom state variable that was defined by Odio's team, I guess, it was proxy admin variable. It just overrode the first slot, which was devoted to two very crucial variables called initialized and initializing. They are used by Open Zeppelin contracts to actually to not let anyone reinitialize the proxy. So by introducing this proxy admin variable, it was possible to actually reinitialize the contract and actually just drain it. So how do we detect such cases? Well, it can be done by static analysis, of course. One approach is to look for situations when you define some custom state variable and when you inherit some common proxy contracts, for example, from Open Zeppelins. This can be done really easy. And you can see an example of a code, how it looks like in practice. This is actually a snippet from Odio's contract. And how do we fix it as a developer? Well, it's it's kind of tricky, but if you follow the guidelines, if you read the documentation from Open Zeppelins, you will be safe. So it basically said that you should never change the order of your state variables when you upgrade your implementation contract. You never just change the types of already defined variables. So just stick to the rule that you should not mess your variables and you should just append new variables in new implementation contracts. For example, Open Zeppelin reserves some space for future variables. If you open GitHub of Open Zeppelin, you will see a special variable called gap that is used to reserve some space for future variables. At Security, at my company, we developed a set of rules for popular static analysis tool called SamGraph. We analyzed DeFi hacks, previous DeFi exploits, and come up with a set of rules. And one of these rules is proxy storage collision detection. It actually just looks at the cases that I mentioned before, declaration of a custom variable in a contract that inherits from Open Zeppelin contracts, of Open Zeppelin proxy contracts. And of course, you can use Slither. There is a special tool called Slither Check Upgradability. I guess it's more robust because it analyzes all the inherited contracts. It analyzes the order of variables and can detect situations when one variable sits at a position that can be overwritten by a variable from inherited contract. So definitely, any developer should definitely use this tool if he wants to upgrade his implementation to another one, or just for existing contracts, like in Odio's case. Another interesting hack, well, it's not hack, it was reported by a white hat, but still it was vulnerable in production. This is the case of Arbitrum L2 network. They had a contract that also used standard Open Zeppelin proxy pattern, transparent upgradable proxy. And unlike Odio's case, the storage layout between proxy and implementation in Arbitrum's contracts was the same. So you could not just use the static analysis approach for this, you wouldn't find this vulnerability. But the white hat found that there was a special function called post-upgrade init that was supposed to be called by an administrator. And if you look at the code, you will see that it actually erases the first 3 slots in this storage. And as I mentioned before, if you use standard OpenSampling contracts, these slots are reserved for crucial variables called initialized and initializing. So this function basically erases initialized and initializing, and again, the result is that you can just reinitialize the proxy and become the administrator of the contract. So how do we detect such cases? As I said, it's more difficult with static analysis to detect such cases when the storage is overwritten just in production, not just in the deployment process. However, you can just use not only static analysis, but also scan on-chain state of the contract. All you need to do is just to look at the storage. You cannot do this using Etherscan, for example, because if a variable is private, you will not see this variable on Etherscan. You have to use special tools like cast from Foundry or Sol to UML tool, or you can do this automatically. At Security, again, we developed a special tool that allows to monitor already deployed contracts, and this tool allows to define rules that can detect such cases. So basically, for example, the rule that you see on the screen will just retrieve the storage slots, specific storage slots, and check their value. And this will happen just on chain. This is how it looks from our UI. This is still MVP, and we hope to release the engine itself at least maybe later this year. So just follow us on Twitter and GitHub for this. And the second class of vulnerabilities that are connected to proxies is direct implementation initialization. There are 2 cases that I want to show today. The first one is the vulnerability that affected OpenSampling contracts themselves. OpenSampling has UUPS contracts, and they allow to atomically upgrade the implementation by calling the function upgrade to and call. And in this function, a delegate call is performed to a new contract, to a new address that is supplied in the argument of this function. And there is one thing, because if you do a delegate call to a contract that just executes self-destruct, meaning just removing itself from the blockchain, then this function basically just erases the implementation contract itself. So yeah, you as a developer probably think that OpenSampling contract would just protect you from this situation with only owner modifier. But in case of proxies, only owner will not work because it checks the storage of the proxy, not of the implementation. The implementation is still initialized. If you see, if you look at any implementation contract on chain on Etherscan, you will see that its storage is empty. Every variable is just set to 0. So OpenZeppelin just allowed anybody to call the implementation contract directly, initialize it, and just call the function upgrade2 and call. And in this function, a malicious attacker just could provide his exploit contract that just performed self-destruct. It effectively just bricked the proxy. The same case was with wormhole breach. Essentially, it's the same case. They also used OpenZeppelin's contracts, a bit modified, but the root cause was basically the same. A malicious attacker just could call the upgrade2 and call with a contract exploit that performed self-destruct, and it allowed to basically to leave the proxy without implementation, because implementation would just be erased from the blockchain, and you could not upgrade it because according to UUPS style proxy, the upgrade logic sits in the implementation, not at the proxy. So the bridge becomes useless and all the funds are locked in this bridge. Luckily, this vulnerability was not exploited. It was also reported by a white hat, and he received $10 million. I guess this is the biggest bug bounty so far in this space. So, how do we detect such cases? Well, the solution looks like that you should just get all the call traces from a transaction, look for all delegate calls that result in a self-destruct. From engineering point of view, it's relatively easy to implement, but it will happen just on-chain when it's too late to react. You just see a transaction that already happened. So you need to prevent such cases somehow. Well, it's also quite easy. In case of OpenZeppelin contracts, they of course already fixed this issue. And when it was discovered, their mitigation was just to go to scan all the contracts on chain, find all the contracts that inherit from OpenZeppelin's contracts, and initialize directly all the implementation contracts that they found. And in the postmortem that was published, it was said that there were lots of projects that were affected, so they rescued lots of funds. And of course, a proper fix should be a bit different. If you look again at the GitHub of OpenZeppelin, you will see a special modifier function called onlyProxy, which protects implementation contracts. It just tries to detect if a call is a delegate call and just forbids any direct calls to the implementation contract. So I guess I'm in time. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, please ask. Okay, seems no questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. So we will be breaking for lunch now. If you want to take a break, we will start again at 2 p.m. So in about an hour and a half, just, take a break, come back to the stage, if you find any of the speakers today, feel free to say hi, ask them questions. But yeah, see you soon.
Sorry? F11. Okay. Let me, but there's no F11 with you. Oh wait, I know. Oh, nice. Casimir check. Okay, the pronunciation is Casimir check.
Hey everyone, we'll be starting in 2 minutes if you have any friends outside that you would like to pull in. All right, so hi everyone, welcome back from lunch. Food has been really good, so thank you to the staff. If you weren't here in the morning, hi again, I'm Megan. I come from the MetaMask team, and if you have not stopped by our booth, we're right there, if you'd like to say hello to us. So yes, our next speaker that will be taking us through a journey today is very familiar with conferences, being a co-founder of ETH Warsaw that happened just 2 months ago. He's the COO at Redstone, DeFi, and Warp Contracts, and we'll be delving into Flash oracles today. So please welcome to the stage, Marcin Kazimierczak.
Hey everyone. This is okay, working. Hi everyone. I see that we have a kind of a cozy group over here, so in that setup, I really like having any kind of interactions or questions, so I will be more than happy to hear any of them. To kick it off, I'm going to talk about Flash oracles. It's a new concept that allows to make more optimization when it comes to oracles in general via putting on-chain only what's necessary and keeping off-chain all the data that is not consumed in the end, right? So I'm Marcin, I'm COO at Redstone Oracles, and I'm also a co-founder of ETH Warsaw that happened in September. I invite all of you over there as well. Let's warm up with 3 questions. So, hey everyone, listen to me. Who has ever heard of Arweave? Please raise your hand. Heard. Okay, keep your hand up. Now, who has ever used that, Arweave? Okay, there's still some people. And who knows how it works? Okay, so we've got at least one person that knows for sure. So I'm going to explain about Arweave a little bit as well during my presentation. So first, I would like to tell a bit more about Redstone. So we announced this summer our $7 million seed round, so that we have the belief of investors that what we created actually makes sense. Our team won altogether 7 hackathons only this year. 5 of them were adaptations of Redstone. One really interesting is Lens Score, which is like delivering on-chain reputation score via the Lens profiles. Only this year we've been to 16 in-person conferences and hackathons, so it was kind of a ride. This picture is from ETH Warsaw with Stani from Aave. And most recently, we announced our partnership with ZK Sync, so Matter Labs, who raised $200 million a couple of days ago. We're a team of 14 now, and we keep on growing. Before I go into Redstone, as I said, I'd like to talk a little bit more about on-chain storage costs. So let's have a look on cost of storage of 1 gigabyte on different chains. Sorry. So first, if you look of storage of 1 gigabyte on Bitcoin, it would cost approximately $2.7 million to store it, which is already a lot. But let's look into Ethereum. Ethereum is almost $80 million, which is like unprecedented. It's hella lot, so EVM storage is just expensive. And when you look into Arweave, which offers like a permanent storage, it's about $3 at the moment. It changes over time, but it fluctuates between $1 and $4, let's call it. All of the resources are down there, so you can check it after my presentation. So now I will talk a little bit more about the cold data, which is like one of the parts of an Ethereum transaction. So cold data is read-only byte addressable space. This chart, like this screenshot, is from Ethereum white paper. So you can see that there are two states, and between them is a transaction. And basically, I pointed in red the data part. So for example, you can store function arguments in cold data. In this case, it's number 2 and Charlie. And cold data is also utilized by both optimistic and ZK rollups. So Optimism, Arbitrum, ZK Sync utilize them to put on Ethereum mainnet the kind of calculations they did off-chain. So here you can see like a simple table of the breakdown of the cost of a transaction in gas units of Ethereum. And you can see easily that the cold data is one piece that is not so expensive in comparison to others, especially the storage, right? So this was to confirm that cold data makes sense to use. And now introducing Arweave, which is basically this chain that allows you to store data permanently. Permanently means like forever. Sustainably with a single upfront fee. So they allow affordable storage in comparison to other chains, as I said before, and they have a very bold statement that once you store something on Arweave, it's going to stay there at least 200 years. And after 200 years, it's not going to be that much relevant, right? It's justified because of diminishing cost of storage in general. So I suppose majority of you are familiar with Moore's law, which says every 2 years, roughly, the number of transistors on microchips doubles, and we have a similar law applicable to storage. So over time, the storage is cheaper and cheaper. Right now, 1 terabyte iPhone doesn't make much of like hype, right? Imagine 20 years ago, 1 terabyte was enormously big number. I truly recommend reading Arweave's yellow paper, because over there you can read a little bit more about their consensus protocol, which is like second proofs of random access, very interesting thing. And also, like when it comes to Arweave, it's already time tested. So Arweave has been storing data for over 4 years, nothing gone missing yet. And recently, Instagram announced it would launch in-app NFTs on Polygon. However, all the files are going to be stored on Arweave. So this is a proof this is already battle tested. Quickly, what's an oracle? So Oracle delivers outside world data on-chain for smart contracts and dApps. So to put it simply, you have data sources on one end, in the middle you have an oracle, and then you have different chains where the oracle puts the data, and then smart contracts and dApps on this chain read that data. Main use cases, DeFi so far. So we have lending, insurance, yield aggregators, derivatives, stablecoins, you name it. But now, what is the problem of oracles nowadays? So because of high cost of on-chain storage, currently oracles are limited with scalability. Second, they cover only small subset of tokens. They update data every 10 minutes in an optimistic case. On top of that, oracles push the same data to multiple chains, bearing the cost of storage of all of them. So imagine you have a price feed of Bitcoin, and then you have to push it to 20 or even more chains. So you keep the cost of each of the single chain. So basically, DeFi potential has been stifled because of oracles, especially on layer 2 chains like Polygon, ZK Sync, Arbitrum, or throughput optimized chains like Phantom or Avalanche. So Redstone is cross-chain by design, and this slide is going to be the most important one, so bear with me. First, we have like some data providers. Imagine it's Redstone, or it can be Kaiko, Amber Data, Flow Traders, GSR, whoever has data. They can spin up Redstone nodes, which are essentially nodes providing data to something that we created, which is called public cache. And it's nothing else than thousands of nodes globally created just to keep data for a short period of time, powered by Arweave, by our own nodes, but also services such as Swarm or Streamer Network. So the data goes to this public cache all the time, and then the front end of a dApp, not like a smart contract, the front end would fetch this data all the time from this cache layer, from their nodes. And with ethers.js, we wrapped it a little bit, so an app has to wrap ethers.js of theirs. Ethers.js is a library that allows communication between the front end and the smart contract. Allows this data package to be put into this cold data I was explaining before. So imagine we have our Homer Simpson, a crazy DeFi user who would like to use a dApp. He's sending a transaction via this dApp. And then what happens is basically to this transaction in cold data, he is like a delivery man of this data package on chain only when it's needed. So let's say it was a liquidation or a new position, whenever it's needed. And it can be used on any EVM chain, because on any EVM you have cold data. You can also adapt it to other chains like Solana, Near, and so on, but you have to do some simple tweaks. You can see how it works in practice as a demo. I'm going to show it later on showroom.redstone.finance. But if you look into MetaMask of such a transaction, you can go to Hex, and basically this is the bytes of data packages that people are transmitting to blockchain together with their transaction. So we cover all EVM chains right now, and for anyone who has an eagle eye, you can spot one chain that is not EVM compatible over here on the list, which is Stacks. Stacks is like contracts on Bitcoin, and they adapted our Redstone EVM connector for a Clarity connector, and it works over there as well. So it just shows the potential of going beyond EVM. EVM is just the first step. So benefits of such a design, as I said, we're scalable. We cover already over 1,000 of assets, and this is just the beginning. We update data feed every 10 seconds, and we are cross-chain by design. So let me show you how it works on a demo. So here on app.redstone.finance, you can see that we have over 1,000 of assets right now available, mainly crypto assets, but we also have like NFT floor prices. We deliver stocks, currencies, a lot of different stuff. But let's break down Ethereum price feed. So if you check for Ethereum, right now it trades at 1,200 approximately. You can see all the sources that we pull it from. So for example, we have here 29 sources, mainly centralized exchanges, but also decentralized exchanges and price aggregators like CoinGecko. We can check also how it deviates between each of them. So this is like an hour, but if you check for 3 days, for example, you can see that the differences are going to be very similar. So that's how it works in practice. And as I said, we are not limited just to price feeds, but we also can do other types of data. So if you go to the right, you see here we have this calculation of like a score from Lens, which is called like Lens score. We cooperate with guys right now, but also we can do other numbers. So sorry for if anyone will feel like not well after seeing, but we also deliver, for example, the number of refugees that left Ukraine since the beginning of the invasion, or the Russian index of stock. So we created like a custom oracle that delivers that data on chain, and you can create, for example, some donation protocol or something else. So it's just to show you that the scalability and customizability is almost like without borders. So you can just take it and build whatever you want. And as for the showroom, it's not my computer. I don't know whether there's MetaMask, so I'm not going to connect. But you can check it out like on different chains, how it basically fetches data on all of these chains, and others we are going to integrate soon. So for now, this is all I wanted to tell you about the cross-chain oracles. And also, like as I said in the beginning, I'm a co-founder of ETH Warsaw, which is going to happen in 2023 in August and September. So I very much welcome all of you over there. It's developer focused. So it's going to mainly about building and what is next in Web3 and DeFi. And so on Twitter, it's just Eve Warsaw. You can start following it. And for now, I'm waiting for any questions you might have. Happy to answer all of them. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I see you use cold data to make transaction on chain, right? So what if someone changes the cold data?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Yeah, so you are taking off-chain data on chain by making transaction from user side, right? So what if a user changes their data?
I just don't understand the question, sorry. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I don't understand the logic. I don't understand what you're saying. It's too silent.
So can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's saying with user data, you transfer the data off-chain, on-chain, correct?
Yes.
So he's asking what happens when the user changes that data?
User cannot change that data because together with the data package, we are sending a signature of the data provider and a timestamp. So on two places, first on ethers.js, you verify whether the data package came from a trusted data provider, and if it hasn't, you disregard the transaction. And also on the smart contract level, you are checking the signatures as well. So hence, you can only get the data from verified data providers. If it's what you asked about, right? Or
yeah, it makes sense. Thank you.
Here you go. Okay. If there are no other questions and I still have 5 minutes, then I'm going to show you like one other product that we develop, which is like just one slide. So on the way to build all of that, we have to keep somewhere the registry of data providers, right? So to keep it like permanently, we store it on Arweave. And a list is something that you usually should update, right? So a new data provider might come in or an old data provider leaves. So for that, we needed something that is called SmartWeave, which are essentially smart contracts on top of Arweave network. But they were buggy and they were basically not working well. So we took this library, we rewrote it from the scratch, and we created a second product that is called Warp. Warp.cc is the website. I don't know who of you has ever watched a Star Trek, but there was a concept called warp speed, which was a speed of light, like basically intergalactical speed, so hence the name. And it is super interesting concept. So if you like getting into something niche and unique that can revolutionize the space, this is even more important. Why? Because here we decouple storage from computation, from execution. So basically we keep Arweave as this storage layer, and we created like a layer 2 on top of Arweave that is capable of fetching only the data that is relevant for a given smart contract, calculate the state either on your machine or you delegate it to another like set of nodes and puts it back on Arweave, which makes it unparalleledly cheap to do data-heavy use cases. So you can think of, for example, DataFi, so creating an economy around incentives for content-rich assets or data-heavy gaming and social media. Everyone's talking about Web3 Twitter. Why? Because when you're writing something, it's like it doesn't cost much to store. But when you're talking about decentralized Instagram or TikTok or other media that are around like files, bigger files, then Warp would be a good use case to implement such solutions on top of. Or gaming, for example, card games. You could store all the cards on chain with Arweave and do all the calculations on chain as well. And last but not least, right now we are discussing with top universities globally to use Warp as for simple AI and machine learning on chain, so that it's verifiable and everyone can just have a look into that. So that was just like a quick snapshot of the second product. My team develops both of them. So if you don't have any other questions, I would like to say thank you. And if you would like to catch me after the presentation, feel free. I have also some t-shirts from Eve Warsaw and Redstone, so you can ask for some. All right, thank you.
Thank you. So next up we have lightning talks from different teams. Is the Biconomy team here? No? Okay. Let's give them 10 minutes since it starts at 2:30. Feel free to grab tea or anything in the meantime.
presentation, and the next one here is the video. So how shall she? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Can you come up here? We'll just show you. Just show how to switch between the screens. Yeah. To the right or to the left? To the right. To the right. Same thing as this thing. So this is what will be projected, and then to switch to the video, I just need to switch the tab.
The one which is open. So, can you reduce the volume a bit if I play the video is going to?
Can you just watch after?
Video is in the presentation?
Yes,
Yeah, it's in like one of the slides.
Welcome back, everyone. So the next 3 talks will be lightning talks, or the next couple of talks. So first off, kicking us is Shirag from the Bioeconomy team.
Hello. Hey everyone, my name is Chirag. I am an engineer at Bioeconomy. So today we are going to talk about, mostly on the usability of blockchains. And I always believe for, blockchains to go into like next rapid growth cycle, 3 things are important, right? Like one is usability, one is scalability, and another is interoperability. And we have been, hugely focusing on the usability side of things and even the interoperability from like, the bridge products. So I'll just start and little bit introduction about Bioeconomy. So we are, building software development kits and APIs for developers, right? So we build for the builders, and if you are a DApp developer and if you want to improve the user experience for your end users, then you can use like one of the solutions that we offer. So we notice this problem, and current stage of like decentralized applications or crypto is for very non-crypto savvy user. You need to learn a lot, right? You need to learn about keys, you need to learn about wallets, and then managing the private keys. And again, so you need to learn about gas. When you're doing a transaction, you will be like paying for the gas fees. If it doesn't goes through, then you need to resubmit the transaction. So learn all of that, right? And for example, let's say you only have funds on one of the chains, and you want to do something on another chain, so you do the whole bridging, and then for every interaction you need native gas tokens. So we focused and we observed these problems, and one of the things was gasless transactions, where basically you can sponsor gas on behalf of your end users. And similarly, like there's a bridge product which basically allows you to transfer tokens from one chain to another. So this is the particular use case I was talking about, where you need to, let's say you have some ETH or USDC on Ethereum, and you want to buy an NFT on Polygon, which only accepts like probably wrapped Ether or USDC only. So as a user, you will be, connecting the wallet, and then you would use some bridge, and for that bridge, you would need to like approve the amount of ERC20 tokens. Then again, you would need to, sign it and manage the gas fees. So on Ethereum, you need to have native ETH. And then once the approval gets confirmed, then you actually do the bridge transaction, right? And then once it gets bridged to another chain, you again change the RPC, and then now you're on Polygon. So on the destination chain, you need to buy some Matic again. And then you go to the DApp for buying the NFT. This NFT contract will again like transfer the or like take the approval from you. So there is another like 2 more transactions, signing, approving. So there are a lot of steps involved, and we are trying to solve these usability issues by just one-click interactions, and user just pays from like one of the assets that they are holding within their account. So we'll quickly see that particular flow. But this was the idea that, using the account abstractions, which will be like, the key focus of this talk, you can solve these problems, and you can do like, just one click cross-chain, like multi-actions in just, one click. So that's the idea. And we have been like, hugely focusing on building out this SDK. Which basically focuses on smart accounts. So it's infrastructure plus smart contract wallets, which you can spin up on top of your EOA, and this EOAs can be again generated by some of the social login flows. There is on-ramp as well. So right, everything bundled up together to simplify this user experience. So I just want to quickly go ahead and play this video. Can you guys, I'm not sure. Uh, I think that's fine. So the video is not working, but basically the idea is, on any dApp you go, wallet is the main touch point, right? So account abstraction usually focuses on the wallet security, plus you can get like different benefits like fee abstraction. In terms of wallet security, what I mean is that with just the public private key pair or regular externally owned accounts, you cannot if you lose your private key, your funds are gone, right? And sometimes you learn it the hard way. So we focus on this interaction where this wallet is, and non-custodial wallet toolkit for dApp developers, which they can integrate and provide different benefits of account abstraction. So in the nutshell, it's basically just a meta transaction or a gasless transaction is basic version of a fee abstraction, where the fee payer could be like a externally owned account relayer, and your user just signs for the transaction or a message, right? And then relayer takes this message and submits it to the smart contract, where the smart contract should be capable of understanding like whether it is coming from relayer or a regular user. So that's basic fee abstraction, and by account abstraction, basically separates the signer from the account where the assets lie. So as a signer, you can use like several mechanisms. You can add your friends as guardians who can recover your keys. You can keep rotating the key and still have your assets securely in the same address, like without changing any addresses. So that's the idea, and by gas abstraction, what I mean is like we talked about this one use case where you need to have like native tokens on all the chains, and you also need to manage what should be the optimum amount of gas that I should be paying for this transaction, and there is friction at every step, right? So imagine F3 as a highway, and then there are like a lot of text checkpoints, right, where your user stops. So we wanted to like remove these complexities. And you can choose to sponsor the gas for your end users, and you can also make the user pay in ERC20 tokens from the assets which they have in their smart accounts or smart contract wallets. And another is chain abstraction is basically, so that you need to, sometimes continuously change the RPCs from, let's say I bridge from one chain to another, the exact case I mentioned, right? So you will be like going to some chain list URL, and then you enter the chain ID, RPC URL, everything, so that you get to that network, then get the native tokens. So all of these problems get solved using the, account abstraction flow and the smart contract wallets. You can also do batching, so that's the idea of like one-click batching. And this is a basic illustration of a smart contract wallet, how it gets deployed. So there is a wallet factory contract, and each smart account is basically a proxy for an end user, which implements to a fixed implementation contract. So this is how it can get deployed by a relayer or and in Ethereum, when you like transition from externally owned accounts to smart contract wallets, smart contracts cannot initiate the transaction on themselves, right? So you need a relayer to poke this contract, and then this contract will call the your smart contract wallet or other dApp contracts, right? So that is the idea of using a relayer infrastructure and using it in the SDK. This is a basic bit of a technical overview of the account abstraction flow. So all of your user sections, they just need to sign. It goes as a user operation, which will be bundled by a bundler node or a bundler client. It could then act as a gas fee payer, and it will call this entry point contract, which is fixed on every chain. So there is just one contract, which basically either reclaims the gas funds from the smart contract wallet in the first step, or it could be a paymaster. So paymaster is basically like a gas tank, right? Where so there can be one case where you want to sponsor gas fees for end users, and one case was where users self refunds the relayer. So it checks for either this flow or the paymaster flow, and then at the end it compensates the bundler. And the best thing is, like, since smart contract wallet is like customized code, you can also use like different signature mechanisms. You can do batching. You can also involve like some cross-chain bundle and make this whole transaction. And this user just needs to sign one message. So this is just an idea of like one of the transactions that has gone through. Even if the wallet is not deployed, within this flow, the transaction will deploy the wallet first, and then in this wallet, let's say I want to do like approve on Uniswap, and then I want to swap some tokens. Once I get those tokens, I also need to let's say provide liquidity on a liquidity pool. Then I get like an NFT. Which I can stake again to do the farming. So everything will happen in like one go. So this was just one of the transactions. I don't know if I can go deep in the demo because probably the time is up. Can you confirm? But yeah, that's exactly same interaction I was going to show on one of the apps, which is -UI, which is like a bridge. And these are some of the stats of Bioeconomy. And I have just pointed up some resources. So if you are like keen to build, follow Bioeconomy SDK space, and reach out if you're building something cool, even at ETH India or next hackathons. So that was all from my side. Thanks everyone.
Okay. Next up, we have Dior from Zenland.
Okay, Russ. Hi, my name is Dior Hassanov. I'm the founder of Zenland. As a digital marketer and online entrepreneur for the past 12 years, I have a little trust in buying or selling anything online with another person. Trading on forums is dangerous and often results in scams unless you research for hours the person that you're trading with. But now we have a solution for this, and the solution is in smart contracts. The adoption of smart contracts is happening as we speak. The amount of deployed contracts is growing. More and more users are starting to use crypto. And the reason behind it's transparency and privacy of the blockchain, not only decentralization. And I believe that the next wave adoption is in escrow. Escrow smart contracts could be the next big thing in crypto. The main idea behind escrow smart contract is that sellers will not get paid until buyers fully satisfied. Okay, so how it's working? Using Zenland is easy. Imagine you are the buyer and I'm the seller. We connect through MetaMask and fill out and approve the escrow contract. Yep. After that, you go to Zenland, you deploy the contract into the blockchain, It's the contract itself in Solidity. It's fully EVM compatible. After deployment, you transfer the funds into the contract, and the payment is locked there. Seller, so me, I can see the money in the contract, and I'm starting to work. After that, I deliver the product that you asked for, and now it's your time to inspect the product. After your inspection, if you're satisfied, you release the money from the contract. Every time the trade is happening, you are actually deploying a new contract into the blockchain. So yeah, full mass adoption, the next big wave. What next? Oh, every transaction has a blockchain record and it's fully synced with the relevant explorer to verify. Additional functionality that we are working on lets sellers automatically approve escrow contracts for their items on profile pages. This saves time for sellers to create a contract for every buyer they find. It's easier to execute, and the seller can set multiple networks to work with. Yeah, right here, choose network. Right now we have 5 choices: Ethereum, Binance, Avalanche, Polygon, and Phantom. And when you're choosing the networks, the stable coins right below them. So the seller is choosing what networks he is happy to work with and what stable coins he's happy to receive. And after that, the buyer can choose from the list of the product what he like to use, what's cheaper for them, where in what network he got the money. Okay, so what's next? So what are the use cases of Zenland smart contracts? Well, basically anything, any exchange of value without a trust. Websites, domains, OTC, game skins, Instagram accounts, real life goods, tech, books, art, services like copywriting, web design, any freelance service. Even you guys can use Zenland to sell your products or your services. At this point, Zenland can be deployed to 5 major blockchain networks, as I said. As we move forward, more ecosystem will benefit from mass adoption of escrow smart contracts. We already tested our smart contracts in more than 20 EVM machines like Aurora, Cello, Velas, Jeton, Optimist, like Boba network. It's just any layer 1, any layer 2 blockchains. With EVM machines, they can take our smart contracts, and it's working perfectly. They just should have the stable coins in it. So, okay, we launched Zenland beta in June and created a Bitcoin thread to gather initial feedback from niche users. And they proved that there is a real utility for this platform. You can actually go to Google, write Bitcoin Talk Zenland, and there is 5 pages of well, basically good reviews. There is a few bugs that they found. We already fixed them, but they're calling us a real utility for smart contracts. Not NFT, no metaverse, just a simple buy and sell without a trust. So yes, we already live. Our contract template got audited, and everything is working good. Please try our system. Let us know what you think. With every registration, we are giving $1 to your wallet to cover Zenland fees. Thank you.
Okay, next up is the Zeev team. Are they here? Okay. We'll give them a minute.
hi everyone. Slide. Slide is on.
So do you see it there?
Hi everyone, my name is Ravi. I'm the co-founder CEO of Zeev. Zeev is a Web3 infrastructure as a service platform. It's a no-code, low-code platform which helps developers, Web3 startups, enterprises to manage their blockchain or Web3 infrastructure in a much more streamlined way. So brief about what Zeev is. We have been into this space for more than 5 years. Initially started building products and solutions on the enterprise and Web3 startup side. But then we realized Web3 infrastructure is a complex paradigm, and we started solving that. So for last 2 years, we built this platform, and we have almost 15,000 plus users, developers, startups who are using the platform to manage the infrastructure. We support 20 plus protocols, including all the major ones like Ethereum, Polygon, Binance, Tron, Avalanche, and then on the substrate side, Polkadot, Akala, etc. And we also support some of the permission protocols like Hyperledger Fabric, R3 Coda. And we continue to add more and more protocols as, you know, whether it be some of the established ones like Algorand, Nia protocol, which are coming in the next quarter. And at the same time, we have partnered with some of the new layer 1 and layer 2 protocols like Shardium, Corium, to bring in their support for complete automation. So in terms of product suite, so Zeev platform, one, we provide elastic APIs, which are like shared APIs. If you are building a dApp, you can simply connect to, use our APIs to connect to any of the blockchains that we support. And the model is very simple. It's a subscription-based model where we have a free forever plan, which provides you 10 million API hits per month. So for most of the use cases, till the time they get into production has got huge number of users and transactions, you can pretty much use our free APIs. Again, supporting all the major protocols. And then we have a complete node deployment where we support full node, archive nodes, validator nodes, and a complete lifecycle management starting from deployment to analytics, proactive monitoring, where we ensure that there's 100% uptime as well as reliability of the deployed infrastructure. And in addition to that, now we have, for last 6 months, we have also got into network deployments, both on the permission protocol side, but at the same time, we are also supporting Polygon supernets or Avalanche subnets or substrate parachains. So we have already completed our automation for Polygon, and now we are doing the same for Avalanche and Substrate, where just with few clicks, a configurable dashboard and a wizard, you would be able to deploy a complete subnet or the app-specific blockchain. And then you would be also able to test it with the main chain and connecting, or if you want to operate it separately, you can configure accordingly. So idea is to provide a single dashboard where you can configure, deploy, and manage your full network, all your application-specific blockchains. And last, we provide ledger data APIs. So for some of the blockchains that we have partnered, like Avalanche and Corium, so we are providing ledger data APIs. As you know, if you want to do custom queries or complex queries from blockchain, since the blockchain data resides in multiple blocks, you do require a middleware or an indexing protocol through which you would be able to pull these APIs. So we provide a full set of token APIs or NFT APIs or DeFi-related APIs that you can use to run your custom queries and get the data. So the whole deployment, management, and monitoring on the network side, it's very cost-effective. We are the only player in the market who provides both managed as well as bring your own cloud options. And what I mean by that is managed, where we are managing everything, the underlying cloud infrastructure, as well as the blockchain infrastructure. But on the bring your own cloud, you can bring your own cloud, whichever cloud you are. So we are supporting all the major ones like AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, DO, Linode, and then we are adding support for Tencent, OVH. And so we are keep on adding more and more cloud support, where you can authorize your cloud account and then Zeev will help you deploy, manage, and monitor everything within your own cloud infrastructure. So the whole idea is that, make the infrastructure very distributed and decentralized so that we are not controlling all the nodes that we are deploying. Today we have about 4,000 plus nodes, and almost the same number contributed by different other users. So in terms of feature set, this is a much more detailed feature set that we provide, where you have one-click deployments, you have server hardening. We understand that as a Web3 startup, you may not have security analyst or huge DevOps expertise. So all the dedicated nodes or network deployments that we do, there's a best practice. We follow all the security best practices, so you don't need to worry about how the nodes are being deployed and managed. So we are ISO 27001 as well as SOC 2 compliant. And we understand, because we have been working with some of the large enterprises like Vodafone, Intel, etc. So we understand the security and reliability of infrastructure is the key core component or critical success factor. In addition to that, we are also enabling a lot of services either through partnership ecosystem or launching ourselves like decentralized storage or social logins by Arcana. So we are increasing. We already have 100 plus partners who are integrated with our platform. So it's not just the infra, but there are various other infrastructure tool sets that you can utilize from our partners. And so that makes the whole dApp development very faster and easier for all the startups. So as I mentioned, we have 15,000 plus users today on the platform, and we are adding almost 2,000 to 2,500 developers every month. We are continuously increasing our community. At the same time, we are also expanding on Web3 learning initiatives. So some of the initiatives, we are conducting a lot of hackathons in India, Middle East, Australia, and US. And at the same time, we have also launched a 10K Web3 Builder program, where we are training 10,000 Web2 developers to become Web3 developers. So, and again, we are open to partnerships. We have partnered with quite a few players for conducting hackathons, webinars, etc., to make the Web3 ecosystem more vibrant and increase the adoption. So some of the associations, whether it be consulting companies or tech companies, as I mentioned, we are very open for different kind of partnerships, both strategic, technical, as well as marketing partnerships to go to the market. Thank you. This is pretty much I wanted to cover about Zeev. We have a booth, number 14. If you have any questions, you can ask me. You can go to zeev.io or connect with us on Telegram or LinkedIn or Twitter. Thank you.
Thank you. So, let me just pull this up. Okay, so please welcome the co-founder of Push Protocol, a Web3 communication protocol enabling cross-chain push notifications and messaging, Richa Joshi.
There was also a link for the video to play, so just I want to figure that out. That's the link. hi. Hey everyone. Okay, cool. Hi, I'm Richa. I'm the co-founder of Push Protocol. Previously, we were known as Ethereum Push Notification Service. And I'm here to talk about why Web3 communication matters. It's a lightning talk, so I'll keep it super high level and like happy to answer any questions after my presentation. So let's get started. So why Web3 communication matters? Okay, so just like a very simple scenario, think about it. When you probably wake up in the morning, you have a whole bunch of notifications on your mobile home screen. So these are probably all Web2 services that are trying to reach out to you for important action that might have happened. It could be your bank trying to reach out to you for your credit card payments, or an Amazon delivery, or Venmo payments. It could be so many other things. So what we basically think is that everything starts with a notification, and that's really true in Web 2. But we realize in Web 3, there's no way by which services can reach out to users. When I say users, I mean user wallets, and that's what Push protocol enables. So just coming to Web 3, some scenarios that I want to talk about. For example, if you're into NFTs. So right now, for example, when you place a bid for an NFT, and you have to go back to the platform to keep checking if somebody outbid you. And there is no way by which a platform is able to reach out to you to let you know that, hey, somebody outbid you, do you want to go and relook at your bid? Or if you're into DAOs, right now proposals, they just come and go. And there's no way by which a DAO is able to let its community know that a new proposal is up. And so we miss that all the time. We see a lot of noise on Twitter and Discord, but we're really not able to go and action on the proposal itself. Even for DeFi, right now, like with all the way the market is going, we see so many loans that get liquidated, but protocols are not able to reach out and let users, and when I say user, I mean wallets, let them know that, hey, your loan is about to be liquidated. Do you want to put some collateral on it, or do you want to take some action? So these are all the issues that we see that happen because of lack of communication in the Web3 space. Okay, so the solution. So the solution is us. Quite simply said, we are a decentralized communication protocol that can send notification tied to wallet addresses. So we are an open communication layer. That means any network, anybody can tap on the push network, and they can show these notifications out on their own front end. Notifications are dynamic, so they are not simple text. They could be a call to action, it could be a video, and so much more than like plain text. Also, we are multi-chain and gasless, including notification being platform agnostic. So you don't have to rely on us in order to show these notification out. You can show the notification on your crypto front end. A wallet can display it on their side in any way they want. And then we have so far powered, these numbers are a little old, but we have powered more than 18 million notifications with over 60K subscribers and around 100K integrations. This is just a slide that walks through the partners that we work with. And then after notification, we realized that there is a big need for wallets to communicate with each other. So we recently launched Push Chat, which is wallet-to-wallet messaging that basically enables a wallet to communicate or to message another wallet. And I have, instead of like talking through the slide, I can probably play a video which would be more cool. So let me do that now. So that was the video, and I think it's also the end of my presentation. It was supposed to be a lightning round. There are still a couple of slides, if I'm able to get them back on the screen. Otherwise, I'm going to be around, so if you have any questions for push notifications or chat on how you want to integrate it. No? Okay, yeah, cool, thanks. So just finishing the slides. Oh, I do have some push apps for Web3Dubai conference. So if you find me, you can mint them to test our push chat alpha. And this is our Discord. Happy to answer any questions now or if you want to join our Discord. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
That's exciting. Thank you. Okay, so one of the beautiful things about Web3 is how it changes social structures and enables a new world for everyone to participate in. But how can NFTs end cultural injustices? Today, Milan explains the ability to preserve African culture and art for sustainable benefits.
Scroll? Okay. Scrolling, all right. Okay. Let me just test. I should. Okay. Wow, that's fast scrolling. Hi, I'm Milan, and you might ask yourself, why is a white dude with a German accent talking about African heritage? There's a reason. My dear friend Frisco is not here at the moment, so I'm going to fill in. I'm going to talk a bit about why blockchain is so applicable to the African continent, like no other continent on the planet. In Africa, I've been living in Africa for a while. My heart is in Africa. I lived in South Africa. Not louder? Even louder? Oh, should I restart? Hi. So, should I do my initial joke again? So you all laugh? Okay. Why should a white dude with a German accent talk about African heritage? Well, I've been living in Africa for a while. I love Africa, and I love the applicability of blockchain in Africa. If you just look at the basis of the immutability of data on blockchain, you can save so many issues, and again, so many social struggles in Africa. If you have IDs, health records on blockchain in African countries, you save lives, because documents there get lost and lost and lost in time and in the granulation of over-bureaucracy. Let's talk about the African heritage in the art world, in culture. African culture has been stolen. African culture has been colonized. African culture has been put through so many different generations, through many different centuries in our world. Let me just, now I'm going to try if it works. All right, cool, it works. But how did this happen? Of course, colonization, it happened. We, Europeans, went there, stole the art, distributed the art to our beautiful museums all over the world to showcase African art, African talent, and feed off that for our own gain. Well, how do we make sure that this does not happen again? Empower African artists. Well, blockchain technology, like I just told you, can help people on all social structures already, but it can help people in cultural structures as well. And, wow, this is like a mini game now. Okay, is it the second one? Can I employ someone here that does it for me? Thank you. Can you scroll to the next one? That would be amazing. Thank you so much, mate. All right, so you probably heard about a lot of the art that got taken out of Africa over time that is now residing in European. Can you stay? Can you stay? Please do so. Thank you very much, my man. Thanks, mate. All right, and it is sitting there, collecting dust, not at home, where it should be. Showcased in African museums to Africans so they can learn from their own heritage, so that they don't have to travel. So they don't have to travel thousands of kilometers, 10,000s of kilometers to actually see the art of their ancestors. You probably heard of the Benin bronzes taken from Nigeria, and they're still in museums in London and in Berlin. The next one, please. Thank you very much. Another one in southern Cameroon, in Gosso, are still waiting to arrive home. Beautiful art that depicts African history and teaches us about African history. Younger generations have completely lost connection to that. Next slide, please. And this keeps going and going and going and going on, which is a horrible fate for these beautiful artworks. They should be at home. Next one, please. And so, what can we do to empower the next generation of artists in Africa to never let this happen again? NFTs, of course. We are able to empower and give custody to those artists, immutable, generational, protected by blockchain technology. Next one, please. And there is an uprise in blockchain educational seminars and blockchain education all over the world. Frisco, who would be here in my stead actually, is the founder of Africa Blockchain University. And they're doing educational courses all over Africa. Really all over Africa, from Sierra Leone, well, Nigeria of course, Rwanda, to the western part, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, all over Africa. And they create the urge which exists in so many Africans, because Africans in themselves are super eclectic. Have you ever heard of M-Pesa? Did you guys ever heard of M-Pesa? Never. M-Pesa is actually the first real digital currency. Well, it's actually a secondary market digital currency, if you might say so. It started in Kenya, and it was actually transferable airtime from phones to phones. And as Africans are super eclectic, they use this to bank themselves. And so over years, M-Pesa, the company, was super happy with the amazing volume that they were generating, but they didn't know why this volume was generated. It was actually people in Africa empowering and banking themselves through their phones. And then M-Pesa got on the track, they understood it. And they implemented it actually as a form of currency now, where people can actually buy with airtime at shops, buy houses, they can buy, and they can actually sell taxes if I'm correct. I'm not sure. No, they can't sell taxes. They can? No, they can't. Okay. And hundreds of millions of people in Africa are using it already. So there you see the applicability, especially also for cryptocurrency and any kind of tokenized system, because Africans are already used to it, because they already, in a way, own it. So custody over being banked, custody over your own heritage and art. So there is nothing as fundamental and as game-changing as blockchain to the African continent. And again, who am I to talk about this? Let the African people talk about them, because they will change that. And they will be one of the major hubs for blockchain adoption in the world. Next slide, please. And thank you so much for having us.
Okay, so this speaker's motto is algorithms and chill. The creator of Art Pandora and a Biddle Giddle contributor, please welcome generative art enthusiast Chris V2.
This one? Hi everyone. So I'm going to talk about generative art and Web3, and we will determine today if it's a perfect mix. So what is generative art? Generative art describes a work of art based on a mathematical formula or any basically algorithmic code. A better a better definition will be generative art refers to any practice where the artist uses a system, such as a set of natural language rules, a computer program, a machine, or other procedural inversion, which is set into motion with some degree of autonomy, contributing to or resulting in a completed work of art. Ah, yeah, okay. Ça marche plus. Ça marche plus. As you can tell, so I'm going to talk about a little bit of history from generative art. So it started in the 1960s with generative art having its first exhibition in 1965. Then generative systems were later on taught on higher education, like colleges and universities. Then the notion of systemic autonomy, which make generative art unique and always like autonomous in some way, were introduced in 1988. Then later on, generative art started to rise. Then generative meetups started to come up in the 1990s. And by 2005, generative conferences were taking place. A magazine of generative art starting to come. And the first NFT on the blockchain from Kevin McCoy's were actually generative art because it was made from code. Then, of course, Lava Labs created autoglyphs, which was a really big collection, and the first on-chain collection on Ethereum mainnet. Then, of course, Fidenza from Our Blocks by Tyler Hobbs. Okay. But let's talk about like numbers a little bit. So Autoglyph generated 21,000 ETH of volume until now, and Fidenza 54,000 ETH of volume, and Chrome Squiggle 57 ETH of volume on OpenSea alone. This makes and this shows like generative art having value and people actually being interested in this field. But it's still pretty small, and the potential of it hasn't reached its limits. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about how to actually make generative art and combine with NFTs. So you just use a JavaScript library called P5.js, and you just like with the code you're going to like implement some rules of what you want to show. So basically, like the library allows you to make creative coding, and you can, if you spend some time on it, you can make some pretty cool art. Afterwards, once you generated the artwork that you want, you save it. It can be, if it's animated, you put it in a GIF file, or it can be JPEG or PNG. And afterwards, you upload the assets on the IPFS using NFT up from NFT storage, and yeah, you just put the CID link in your NFT contract, and from there you set up the metadata, and yeah, if you're happy of the way you made your contract, you can deploy it, and you have your collection. So, but that's the off-chain method. The on-chain method is a bit more complex, but it's much more interesting because the code is fully generated within the contract, and the visual art can be displayed on-chain, or it can be displayed on servers. And this has many benefits because you can like make it really interactive, and you can display any data that you want. You can trigger animation manually, or it can also be autonomous. Another cool thing about like on-chain generative art is you can create art that is complementary with each other, and there is this notion of building worlds, and it's pretty cool because you can combine them in any way you want. And I don't know if you heard about math castles, but that's what they actually did. Here you can see a map of all the artworks they created, and when you put it in a 3D space, in a virtual 3D space, they all like are complementary and they create a sort of like landscape. So they create its own like map, and it's pretty cool because you can build on top of it, and yeah, and this is fully on chain and on mainnet on Ethereum. Okay, so I'm going to talk about what I'm actually doing. I'm basically doing the same thing as I mentioned before, but I'm sort of like cryptographic map, and each iteration is unique. There won't be any copy of each other. You cannot reproduce it because the code is pretty long, but this is exactly what other artists, like generative artists, are doing. They spend time on the code and they're really passionate about what they're doing, and they manage to sell on any platform that they want. But yeah, RS Creative will do it on layer 2, such as Arbitrum and Binance Optimism. Thank you, and yeah, keep creating.
All right, so next up, we have our presenter from Router Protocol covering various approaches to blockchain interconnectivity. Please welcome Pranav to the stage.
Hi everyone. In this talk, we are going to see how a stateful bridging architecture would work. So, a short introduction. Shubham Singh is a Chief Technical Officer, and I'm a blockchain developer at Router Protocol. So he could not be here, so I'll be the one delivering the talk. So what is interoperability? Blockchain interoperability allows easy data transfer between multiple blockchains. This data can be in the form of tokens, function calls, or messages. So an example can be your USDC on Ethereum can easily be transferred to any other chain. So why is it important? Why is it important to solve for interoperability? So in order to scale any system, you cannot have a single system to do all the tasks. Like there are chains to solve for expensive storage, low TPS. So it's important to utilize the powers of the different blockchain systems. So these are the existing solutions to interoperability. So hash time lock contracts. This is one of the earliest approaches to cross-chain token swaps, but the drawback was it is slow. So POA bridges. They are third-party validators which listen to events and they send the messages to the destination chain. But here the drawback is that you have to trust those validators. And the light client node approaches. So it involves parsing block headers from the source chain and transferring them to the destination chain. You can verify them, but they're gas expensive. And side chains, they usually communicate with only with the parent chain. And optimistic bridges. So there you only have to have one honest node to verify the security. But here the drawback is high latency. And there are existing chain-based approaches, but they usually lack the option of having providing application layer to the dApps. So let's see how we are going to solve that. So in a stateful cross-chain bridging, let's see the difference between a stateless and a stateful bridge. So think of a stateless bridge as a wire between a sender and a receiver. So when a sender sends the message, it is directly transferred to the receiver without any modification. But in a stateful bridge, there's an interceptor between the wire. It receives the message, processes it, modifies the data according to the application logic, and transfers it to the receiver. And also it can have an acknowledgement. So these are the basic layers of a stateful cross-chain system. First is the listener layer, which listens for the events from the sender and the receiver. The second is the storage layer or the processing layer, which stores the messages, processes this data, and sends it to the outbound layer. So outbound layer sends the data to the destination. So these are some of the use cases that we can have with this architecture. So we can have logic built on-chain. For examples can be cross-chain governance, cross-chain farming, cross-chain lending, borrowing, etc. And the second is existing cross-chain bridges can be migrated and deployed on this chain. They can live as a standalone application on this chain. And the third is it can support parallel execution. So it solves the scaling issues. At Router Protocol, we are working on a similar thesis. So if you want to talk more about this, feel free to connect with us. Thank you.
Okay, so this person has a particular interest in Battle and Earn, being the CEO of the NFT metaverse platform Qubity and founder of Six Hands. Please welcome Vasily.
This one, okay. Working. Hi, I am Vasily from Six Hands, and Six Hands is outsourcing agency, outsourcing IT company. And for our tech talk, we decided to sum up some best practices, some things to be done before starting the development of a crypto application or a crypto product. So here is a short overview. Many of you probably faced it, how regular or how usually crypto apps or Web3 applications looks like on early stages, let's say. So it's like a new DeFi app with a DeFi or something with a great token, with a nice utility made for crypto enthusiasts. And I believe you faced it, something like this. So on our vision, it's a little bit different. So crypto application is, first of all, a product. And that does mean that there are things to do, like target audience analysis. There should be a product value. Unit economy should be stable. There should be security delivered of the app. And, of course, user experience should be designed in the right way, and graphics should be good when applicable. So let's talk first about crypto enthusiasts. So who are they? This is actually the first question that you have to answer when you are designing an app for those crypto enthusiasts. Because there are different segments with different parameters and so on. So first of all, you have to specify those segments. And for this, we suggest to use tools. There are instruments like similar web when you want to analyze the traffic of websites of products that looking like your one, analyze your competitors, and like as direct as indirect. There are tools like Google Trends where you can find trends of your type of product they're trying to develop, like Move to Earn or Learn to Earn or something else to earn and others. Of course, there are very good market overviews, marketing reports from the different agencies like BDC Consulting, Blockchain Asia, and others. And of course, DAP-Radar and services like this, where you can find statistics based on wallets. The next thing is token. So our advice is try to think of the product value and not of the token value, because there are products with very nice tokens when their token utility is very good developed, token security, governance token, and so on. But our vision is that on the current market, your product has to have a value, not a token. So there are also tools, tools like user stories and jobs to be done that will help you to design a user scenario of your app. Lean Canvas and business model Canvas, if you want to design the whole strategy, the whole business strategy of your app, that will help you to design everything starting from your audience and segments, your customer segments, till the financial model of the app. There is also a nice tool, Customer Journey Map, when you want to design a user experience and to deliver a nice experience of in the app. And of course, MVP. MVP is actually a hard thing because it might be difficult to formulate what is MVP for your app. It might be a landing page with a button when you just measure conversions. It might be a chatbot in Telegram that delivers some basic functionality. And of course, it might be a whole app with some basic features when you measuring those parameters of the features. Next thing is stability of your tokenomics. Of course, there are many different methods on how to support your token value, like deflation mechanisms, like token burning and others. But here we more talk about the whole stability of the economy itself. And for this, we suggest to use tools like Excel, because everything may be made in Excel, at least 80%. But also there are some advanced tools like machinations, where you can design the whole economy of your app and include there everything, almost each parameter, and identify narrow places of your economy, some risks, and to advance them further. Of course, there should be a thing like security. And on the example of FTX, we know that the first security to think about is social engineering security. So you have to know how your data is accessed, what is authorization on a product side, and so on. But also there are some technical sites to deliver. Those, of course, auditing of smart contracts that all know, and others, and matters of scalability, like you have to use virtualization, containerization when available, and other tools. And of course, yeah, there is nice to think about stress testing. So what will happen with your app when there will be more users? Of course, your app has to look nice, and here we mean as a user experience, so it should be, the user always has to know what to do inside your app, where to go and so on, and it should look nicely. And for this, I want now to showcase you one of our projects and the trailers that we made for this app. So please. No. How can I?
Master your skills in PvE Arena. Get ready to fight in PvP battles. Become a winner for extra rewards. Create your own battlegrounds. Trade your NFTs. Upgrade your characters. Stake your tokens in bank. Join Cubic's Infinity Metaverse.
Go bots. Thanks. It had to happen before the final slide. Yeah, so yes, when you forget all our suggestions, here are the key outcomes. Specify and analyze your target audience. Make a product value, not a token value. Formulate the MVP specifically and consistently, so you can really check your hypothesis. Ensure server-side security and the blockchain security, and make the product look great. And if you want, if you need to start develop your app or some development, please come to our booth, come to our stand, and our team will help you to start the development. And also, if you want to play test the game in real time, please also come to our stand and we can make play tests in real time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presenter also goes by Web3 Ling. He is a Web3 coder, a dApp designer, and a sci-fi writer. He's also the CEO of Chain IDE, and will be talking about how to bring Web2 devs to Web3. Please welcome Xiao Wu.
Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Wu. You can also call me Ling, which is my developer name on the GitHub. So yeah, usually I use my developer name because it's easier to pronounce, I mean. Yeah, a little bit about myself. I started coding when I was year of 9. I'm a coder, a coding monkey. And I graduated from University of Alberta for bachelor and master, and I created this company called White Matrix. We finished 4 rounds of financing and we get investment from Alibaba. So actually, we see nowadays, every people are hyped about Web3, and we have we see a lot of builders. They are so energetic. They are so optimistic. But we don't know why. Where is the faith come from? Why these coders are really interested in Web3? Why they want to build on Ethereum? So today's topic, I want to go through my Web3 journey between 2017 to 2022. And I want to explain the questions why these builders focus on Ethereum and they want to build interesting dApps. So this is the early age, in China, Shanghai, in 2018. At that time, this is the only coder we have in Shanghai who know how to write in Solidity. At that time, I think the CryptoKitties just come out. I'm kind of the first one who write dApps and write smart contract by myself, and we publish our dApp games at early age in later in 2017, I think. And then in 2019, we first can collaborate all the coders, and we have this kind of meeting. And some of the people inside this picture, they become millionaires, billionaires, they have their own tokens, or they sell their business to Binance, or they quit the industry. But some of them still building. We can see some coders still inside. And at that time, we have the Sega Game Jam. It is a kind of the early stage for the game developer competitions in Shanghai. And this is the first time we have the Loom. I think if you are a coder, you must know Crypto Zombies at that time. And at that time, Loom tried to collaborate with Game Jam, and they have this kind of really interesting blockchain games competition. And I give university lectures in Peking University, Xi'an Jiaotong University, and CUHK Shenzhen. I skip it. And this is in 2019 in San Francisco. This is GDC, Game Developer Conference. And I go there, and here are some interesting pictures. You may find Jihong and Gabby they are from co-founders of X Infinity and YGG. And in 2019, at that time, we have no booth. There's no booth at all because we are so poor. Every coders, every builders at that time, we have no money for the booth. So we go to one investor's home because they have free food. That is what's happening for blockchain builders in 2019. And we collaborate in that rooms. We have free drinks and free food. And at that time, we see the builders, they are so optimistic. Jihong and Gabby told me that we have 100 DAU on X Infinity. Like 100 people play our games. But we want to go to Filipino, we want to go to Vietnam, we want to go to many interesting places. Our games will be played by the world users. So at that time, we are poor, but we are desperate. We want to win. And we can also see, like the Ubisoft, they have their strategic innovation labs in 2019. And yeah, Infocom 2019, I also go to Paris. At that time, nobody understands why we want to broadcast the blockchain games. Blockchain games doesn't make any sense. There's no word called GameFi at that time. But we go to Paris, we go to a lot of academic research, we go to a lot of builders events, we tell people about blockchain games. And yeah, Paris, go away. And then ChainID, yes, our product support Facebook Libra. That is the first time we get all the developer ecosystems from Facebook. Because for Facebook, they are trying to use a smart contract program, language called Move. And we are the first one to integrate it with Facebook Libra. That is how we get our first developers ecosystems. And then in China Joy in 2019, at that time, we're trying to tell more people about blockchain, more people about blockchain games. And yeah, in Wanshan Blockchain Summit in 2019, you can see founder of NIA, Ilya, and also Alexander, also from Canada, and he sells his business to The Graph, and also Dr. Cao, he's from IrisNet, and we have a good panel in 2019. And yeah, in 2019, I still give lectures to MENA friends, Middle East and North Africa friends in Nanjing. And we also build some education dApps for Move. I just skip that. And the Wuzhen Blockchain Summit. So I think the topic is how to bring Web2 coders into Web3 world. There is totally no other, smart way to do that. We host more than 100 events. I go to many places, go to many countries, do events by events, tell people how to code, educate people how to code by ourselves, and bring more Web2 builders into Web3. That is what we do. And for myself, I educate more than 30,000 coders in China. They are all Web2 coders. So how we do that? So for each class, there are like 50 to 100 coders. We educate them, and we do it for 100 times. There's no easy work. We just do it for 100 times. And we keep it for 3 years. And this is 2022, so for Shanghai Blockchain Weeks. And this is the first time we go to Africa. So this is a picture you can see from Binance official website. So we collaborate this program with Binance, and CZ gave opening speech. And it is an 8-week program. For myself and all my colleagues, we give 6 weeks programs to all the coders to teach them how to code. And this is the first wave of African coders. And yeah, across 40 cities, 40 countries in Africa, and a lot of people comes, and a lot of them become my good friends, such as Chuta Chimzi. He's from Nigeria, and we will talk about him later. And I remember he's also very energetic and optimistic. He shouted like, Africa is not poor, and we should bring more people into Web3. At that time, it's not called Web3, it's bring more people into blockchain or something. And CZ comes, and you can see white matrix and chain ID. Yeah, we just do it for many times. And also Indonesia, yes, we go through with Binance, and in Indonesia, I teach people how to code. So this is a similar events yesterday. I mean, for the workshops, I do all the coding by myself, and I teach people how to code. And for Pakistan, yeah, many events, I just skip some of them. And this is the one, it's called Cross-Pacific BMDS Summit. It is from Edmonton, Vancouver to Nanjing, and also our deans from University of Alberta support us. I mean, my university really helped me a lot. And also we create this one called Rebase Ethereum Hackathon. This is the only hackathon get funded directly from Ethereum Foundation in China. And 5 cities, Beijing, Nanjing, Chengdu, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and it is Ethereum hackathons, and we do it, we co-host this event. Yeah, and a lot of people, competition, workshops, and bring coders into the Web3 world. And Vietnam's Super Blockchain, of course, yeah, Vietnam has also really good coders. And for the academic side, I also go to IEEE blockchain. I teach some scientists about Web3 and Metaverse. And yeah, we also create the first Metaverse bootcamp in China. You can see a lot of old friends, such as Vincent. He's the CEO of Debt Review, and he sells his business to Binance. I mean, in the 2018, the very first picture, you will see he's in the middle. And also Wei Cai, he is our friend. In 2019, we go to Paris, and we have paper published in Paris. And in 2021, I invite all the old friends back and try to help more builders in the new industry. And yeah, Binance we collaborate with Binance Smart Chain again this year to also educate more coders. And you can see Chuta Chimzi again. And we also have high drive developer bootcamps for Africa again. And we also invite our good friends, I mean, long days ago, and bring them to educate more people. And also for Denmark and Shanghai Blockchain Culture Week, I will just jump a little bit. So this one is very interesting. This one is called Dali Web3 Party. This is a small town in China, and a lot of digital nomads go to Dali because our government do not like Web3, and they just go to a small town, and they are trying to build in a hub, and they are like hide themselves and just do the coding. And this is the picture. We have the meeting. And we encrypt everything because some of my friends, some of the builders, they do not want to show their face. And also for CCF Blockchain Summit, and yes, Meta Week, we also have a mixture after-party meetups in Dubai. And this round, I travel many countries in Middle East and North Africa to see more builders. And also, yeah, we co-host Ethereum Shanghai, and Vitalik's join us, and you can see China on the top right. And also the ambassador from US join us, and also Looping from Consensus and myself give some topic. And Web3Dubai, yeah, we are good friends of Patrick. When I come here, I think, yeah, Patrick is really good, and he's also a good coder. And we give topics in Web3Dubai. And in token 2049, we can see more people. Yeah, we get investment from Ant Groups and Alibaba, so I also visit their headquarters in Singapore. And also we can see Gabby from YGG again. Like we met each other 3 years ago. The first day we do not have any booths. We met in the investors' homes, and nowadays we meet again. And also Yesu, Animoca CEO in token 2049. And also in JATAX, I do the presentation for Alibaba Cloud and about my NFT and very interesting things. And yeah, I want to say something about Turkey. I go to Istanbul. I go to these PUF studios. They are undergraduate students, but from their eyes, you can see they are desperate to win. They are trying to build something. And I go to their homes. I mean, they rent a small room, and they do all the work inside the rooms, and they build everything like 7 times 24 hours a day. And also you can see from airport to the hotel, the Istanbul, the Turkey, so everything is kind of mass adoption. You can see Tether as a bank in Istanbul. And I want to show you this picture because this is my taxi driver. He is not watching Google Map. He is watching kind of the cryptos. I cannot play it. No? Okay, I will skip this one. Yeah, and we have some traditional food in Istanbul. And this is PUF Studios. They have a lot of stickers like Istanbul merge or something. And Berkham, I mean, the leader told me that I should go to Cache if I'm a Web3 builder. So at first, I want to go to Cappadocia because there's a hot air balloon and it's very beautiful. But he told me that if I want to meet the true builders, I should go to Cache. So I go to Cache, yeah. And yeah, the Cache is amazing. I mean, they also have a Web3 hub. A small town is like 10,000 people, but 3,000 of them, they are coders. They are from Russia, they are from different places. And when we give a topic like that, all the people lying on the street, they really want to know what's happening for Web3. And a lot of coders, they are already in this industry, and they want to build something. And they can hold event every day. This is really amazing because in Dubai, I think if you can hold the event every week, you are the best one. But in Cache, they can host the event every day. How to prove it? You see, when I go there, they also want me to have a lecture about the developer ecosystems. But usually, they can only have one man at one night. But that day, they have 2 topics, so they make a poster with 2 men. And this is also a nice video, but I cannot play, so, can I play? Oh no, I cannot, okay. So yeah, I skip it. So when you see in their eyes, you know it is Wagami, that is, we are gonna make it. You can feel the geeks culture everywhere in Cache. I mean, the Wi-Fi password is for future. You can see code is law, law is love. And there's a floppy disk for Windows, Win 2.1, I think. And even the people who sell fish to you, they know Web3. So everything is hype. I mean, everything is really geeks in Cache. So amazing. And I will skip a little bit. A lot of friends and Russian coders, Russian friends. And I give topics about developer ecosystems also in Dubai and also a lot of new friends. And we see some opportunity here. So Web2 GDP actually on board with the Web3 world. I mean, we think Turkey has a mass adoption. And also, 45% of Thailand youth, they also buy cryptos. And 51 North America Visa users buy cryptos. And there are 4 to 5 countries that are ongoing. So we are really hype about this situation. I mean, Web2's GDP is onboarding with the Web3 world. In Turkey, you can see the banks, the Tether banks everywhere. These are all the Tether banks, and you can live with Ethereum or Tether, and all these things, they are on the street. You can see these kind of shops everywhere. And also in Tulum, the Web3 hub is really interesting. I mean, in Mexico, a really nice town called Tulum, they also have Web3 hub. So this one is a convergence. I mean, in China, we have Dali. In Mexico, they have Tulum. And in Turkey, they have Cache. So Web3 is the power from the bottom. It is a community-driven power. So we can see all these builders, they just collaborate and they concentrate on the things they believe. This is the beauty of the developers. And also in Jordan, I see random friends, we riding donkeys together, and they all buy cryptos. Kim from Korea, he buy XE and some cryptos, and this man, he's from Filipino, he also buy cryptos, and the man is living in the cave, he's the local people, he didn't buy crypto, yeah. If he buy crypto, that would be a case. And this is Web3 Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, lots of friends. I will skip it a little bit. So I think in the future, it will have regional Web3 infra. So political power is the foundation of mass adoption. I'm not that, I think this is the way, I mean, even for internet. So in the future, more political power will join the Web3 tsunami. So they will become our friends, or they want to support some regional Web3 infras. This is possible. And I want to say, the fourth one, the claimants are growing up. So claimants is kind of the word that the smart regulator. A lot of regulators, they know Web3, they buy cryptos, they buy NFTs, they know everything. And now they are growing up. In the future, they may have some regulations, they may help the industry, or they may ban the industry, I don't know, but more claimants, they are growing up. And yeah, it was a Web3 last song. I mean, Web3 also have many chances. So I love this project. This is the project called Point, I think, Point Protocol. And you can see the Explorer says, it seems like a Web2 website. You really want to open a Web2 website? So this is very interesting. And yeah, I'm familiar with some geeks, I mean, in Dali or in Dubai, and I think they are also trying to build some Web3 native stuff. This is also an opportunity in this area. And I also go to Cairo, and I just come back from Africa. They have like flat 6 labs in Cairo, and they help a lot of builders in Cairo also. And yeah, tomorrow we will have our Meta Web3 Builder competition, collaborate with Alibaba Cloud, of course. And we will have a lot of free lectures, workshops, like we do it for years. And this time, we want to help more builders in the Meta area. And I hope everybody, if you are interested, you can join. And yeah, we see the market demand and the government need is also an opportunity. In Egypt, they have a black market. So the government tried to ban the exchange, but what happened in the end is they have a black market. You will go to some black shops and give them money, and in 24 hours, they will give you Bitcoins. So, I mean, the latency is really high, but the market's need is real. So, in the end, the black market happened. And also, we see Egyptians, they are trying to build a consortium blockchain. This is the only country outside China they are trying to build consortium blockchain. I think this one is not gonna work yet. And also the market is smart. I mean, in Argentina, there's a thing called Lemon, and they have their cryptos and blue rates. So they have their normal rates to America is like 1 to 160, and there's a black market is 1 to 285. And this project, what they are trying to do is you can deposit your cryptos, and when you do it like a Visa, they can give you a black market rate, and they can get some commission fees. And this one is also very good. And the final thing is the barbaric growth, and it is in many areas, not only in Web3's cryptos or projects. This is from academic sides. We try and we collaborate together, and we build, we do an article, and it is published. And it is published on SCM Multimedia. It is like kind of the top conference in smart multimedia. And yeah, our paper was downloaded, becomes the top 5 ones in 1 year. You can see all the other papers, they are published for 20 years, for 10 years. We are the only one who catch up with all of them. So you can see this is a chance for all the builders, not only in the Web3, you are a coder or you are an investor, also maybe you are a scientist. This is also a chance. And finally, what we are building, so we are largest Web3 developer service platforms, and we help with Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, Polygon, and Flow. So we are developer tools. We help the developers to build their NFT, GameFi, DeFi, DAO, Metaverse. Nowadays, there are 70,000 dApps nowadays built on Chain ID, and we want to help more. We raised 12 million, that's it. And this is our graphs, and this is our teams. We all love NFTs, so some of teams use Azuki, Fantabear, or BYC. And at first, we are tooling platforms, and I think in the past 3 years, we are education platforms, and in the future, I think we are incubation platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ling. I had no idea about Kosh. I was there like 2 years ago, and now I want to check out the Web3 hub there. All right. Okay, so next up we have Naveen from Cumberland Labs. That's a tech incubator. All right, take it off, Naveen.
Hi guys, my name is Naveen. I'm the CEO of Cumberland Labs. We are a global blockchain and Web3 incubator. We help young companies with whatever it is that they need. We provide funding, of course. We also provide technical help. We provide go-to-market product help, legal if you need that, company incorporation, anything that you need basically. We help our companies with everything. Yeah, we don't have a standard cookie cutter one program. We do. We understand that every company is different. Every company has different needs, and so we want to do right by these companies, no matter what it is that they need. Typically, we get involved with the company very, very early. So if you're farther along, that's typically not what we do. We get involved with very early stage companies. Yeah. The next slide. How do I change slides? How do I change slides? Okay. Okay, so I'm here talking about our first project, which is called Expand Network. This is a one-stop shop API adapter to every blockchain and every DeFi protocol. Yeah? The problem that we're trying to solve is that in the world of blockchain, if you want to connect to any protocol, you actually need to download their SDK and figure out how to really how to actually read the documentation and figure out how to connect to them, right? So this is the world that exists today. There's multiple blockchains, and for every blockchain you need to download the SDK, figure out how to connect to it, and then actually use the SDK yourself, right? We solve the problem by actually providing you a single interface, a single API, and we provide read and write functionality. We are the only product in the world like that today. There's nothing else like this out there. We support all major layer 1s, layer 2s, and DeFi protocols. We support DEXs, lend borrow protocols, derivative, yield aggregators, name it, right? So you use us, and we connect you to everything out there. One of the more important things is we never take custody of your crypto or your assets, and we never take custody of your key, right? It's always your key, your crypto. We are purely a technical solution. You use us, we will prepare the transaction for you. You will sign it using your private key, and we will just send your transaction on chain. Our V1 is out now. It supports, like I mentioned, majority of the major protocols, oracles, yield aggregators, stablecoins, you name it. Today we cover about 95% of all non-Bitcoin market cap that's out there. In terms of competition, we have none. We are literally the only party that actually provides write functionality. All of the, our competition really only provides read functionality, and even that is really not that comprehensive. Our API is live today. That's our documentation. Thank you very much.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you, Naveen. We have like a chai break. Just be back by 5, and then Meng-Chan Shu will take us off. So yeah, I'll see you back here at 5. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you have some tea ready. So you may have seen the Mixin booth while walking around, and today the director of Mixin Network will be sharing more about Web3 infrastructure. Welcome, Meng-Chan Shu.
Thank you very much. Let me just go to the slides. Slides is controlled by you, right? Okay, first of all, thank you very much for coming to the Web3 Dubai conference. This is our small, sorry? Where is it? Oh, it's down there. Okay. Yeah, first of all, it's for us to support the developers program. Web3 Dubai is a very, very different conference altogether. If you look at the movement of Web3 Dubai conference, is mostly for developers. We met a lot of developers, and we want you to come to our booth, get your 50,000 Satoshis, enjoy the Bitcoin, Ethereum biscuits, Dogecoin as well. So it's a whole new experience for you guys to try it out, what we are offering. Yeah. Now, just to introduce myself, I'm Meng. I've been with Mixin team. I was a user before I joined them, so it's a really good experience that I had. One of the things that I want to just let you know is Mixin Network is not a new project. We were so focused on development work that we have minimized our effort in terms of doing marketing and promotion, but at the same time, the network, the wallet is robust. So I'll just go through very quickly on the Mixin Network. Yeah. So Mixin Network is an open source, very fast. If you use Mixin Messenger, you will see that within 0.3 seconds, you get your transfer done, your transaction done. It's a decentralized Web3 platform where it allows very, very quick final settlement, zero transactions on layer 2. Privacy is important. So one of the target for us is not only just introduce the Mixin, but also privacy, because on the Mixin Messenger itself, you will be able to see that we don't push any advertisements. It's totally Web3. So just go through a quick glance of what Mixin Network. Currently, the TVL in the Mixin Network is close to 0.8 billion, 800 million. Transaction, 800 over million. And we have a 1 million user on Mixin Messenger. Out of the native token with regards to the TVL is around 10 to 15%. It's not much. So this is a very different network compared to the rest, because Mixin Network is a non-tokenized network. They are integrated to 44 public chains. We have 26 active nodes. We have been in the mainnet for more than 1,000 days since 2019, and there's no gas fee. Here are some of the ecosystem of Mixin Network. We can go from the left to the right or right to the left. There are DeFi projects. We have developers developing DeFi projects. We have developer developing SocialFi projects, which include DEX, include interest rate autonomous protocol, include payments, and we have SocialFi stuff as well for you to. We have games for you to play. We have interaction on the Mixin Messenger for you to be able to call on an audio call, group calls as well on the app itself. Yeah. The tools that we have, as you can see, is very, very different. Our airdrop is slightly different from the rest. We call it the lucky coin. So for you to be able to, let's say, receive airdrop, it's actually a randomized engine that we built for the lucky coins. Here are the mixin architecture. I'm going to go from the right to the left. So from the green side to the purple side. The green side, as you can see, we integrate with different mainnets, including the latest with Aptos. Soon we're going to introduce TON as well, TON. Yeah. So with all the mainnets, we actually move. We have a domain sharing for us to power the engine, which is based on POS, BFT, DAG. And then we have smart contracts, multi-sig technology for you to be able to use the MTGs, the TIPs, for you to store your assets as well as NFTs. Yeah? So developers will be able to use the API on Mixin to develop different DApps, or we call it bots. So the way that we think is, it's like a tree. You grow the tree using different, we create the backbone, but it's the developer that grow the trees. Yeah? So it's very, very different concept altogether. Just a bit about the Mixin team. It's a core team that has been there for the last 10 years. They are doing things from the Web 2 now towards the Web 3. So 2017, we did an ICO, end of 2017, and then raised about $40 million to start the whole project. 2018, our messenger is live. 2019 is the mainnet. So in terms of the white paper, we have achieved all the milestones and targets. This is something that we did this year in the United Arab Emirates, where we launched the first cafe, worked with one of the cafe owners, one of the factories called Big and More, to allow crypto payment on the POS system. So it's actually groundbreaking technology where users can actually pay their coffee, their croissant using cryptocurrency. Because at the end of the day, it's about usage of cryptocurrency. It's not just about, you know, up and down, it's about usage adoptions. So Big and More is also available on the booth, on our booth. You can actually try their pastries. They have a Bitcoin, Ethereum biscuits that you can try or collect. So in a nutshell, we have the network, we have the messenger, and we also have bridges. We call it the Mixin virtual machines. It's based on, it allows other networks to connect to Mixin directly without much modification. So it's a very good thing for developers. We welcome developers to build on this as well. So in terms of technology, multi-chain support, yeah, as I mentioned, 44 chains. In terms of DeFi Llama, yeah, you know, a lot of chain, they are EVM compatible. We are as well, but if you take out the the EVM element and put the non-EVM element, we rank number 3 on DeFi Llama in terms of non-EVM. In terms of overall, we are ranked number 11. So I'll skip my attention a bit to the Mixin Messenger. Because I think that is a very, very useful tool for you. It's not just a messenger, it's not just for you to make calls, but it's actually interacting users with different DApps as well as different community. Here are some of the wallet comparison. You know, we look at it, it's open source. We connected to 44 as well as privacy transactions. And then we allow storage of non-fungible tokens. These are the screenshots. I would encourage you to download on Google Play or App Store. And you can go to our store, our booth, to have a quick look at it. So these are some of the ecosystem that I mentioned. Well, you can check it out. Very quickly. I'm going to talk a bit more about the virtual machines. Yeah. So the virtual machine is based on the MTG technology. Yeah. So allow developers to deploy smart contracts with minimal modification. It's like EVM compatible, and MTG is running multiple trust nodes, and it enables smart contracts to run on a trustless ecosystem. Yeah. And then the rest of the slides, I'll just go very quickly because I think you can discuss with us more. If you have any projects, any DApps that you want to put in Mixin, we are happy to facilitate that as well. We have team here that can help you on the API, on the development side. So feel free to come to our booth and experience Mixin Network. Now, I'm just going to touch a bit on MixPay. So MixPay is a very, very important in our ecosystem that breakthrough where you can use different tokens. For instance, merchants only want USDT, but you can pay with your Dogecoin, your Shiba Inu, your Bitcoin or Ethereum to facilitate that. So in a nutshell, what they built is a swap mechanism between merchants and customers. Yeah? And the other thing is that they have a very interesting way of connecting to different wallets. You can use your MetaMask to pay, you can use your Binance Pay, you can use different wallets, not just Mixin Messenger. Currently, there's about 20 over offline stores, and there are more than 15 online stores that connects to MixPay. One of the things that we want to do on Web3 is to showcase the MixPay as well, because we wanted to connect to the checkout for the Web3 conference. I guess we'll probably do it on the Day2 in March, where you can actually use MixPay to pay for your attendance. They are also connected, have plugins with Shopify, WooCommerce, as well as WordPress. Quill is a content platform. You can write a lot of things about it. I wrote an article about the food here. So, and I can charge for it. It's like not much, 0.000 something Bitcoin, but it's actually a motivation for me to write more. CoinPost is one of our main partners in Japan, where we help him set up the command page for donations and rewards. Trident is a marketplace. So Trident basically, have their own marketplace based on the Mixin network. You can mint, you can actually do revenue sharing model based on the your setup. And it supports airdrop activities. Well, a lot of people ask, what is Mixin Network? Yeah, what do you do since it's non-tokenized? So based on our API, you can develop your own wallet, you can develop many other things within the Mixin Network. So pooling, have you heard of pooling? So pooling is a mining pool that basically when they create their wallet, they actually use our technology, because that allows them to distribute their rewards and income for the mining to the different Bitcoin miners. Well, that's our social media. Please feel free to reach out to us. We are based in Dubai, so just ping me, and then we can facilitate different meetings. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No questions? Either I'm doing very well or doing very bad. Yeah? All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Meng. Our next talk starts in 15 minutes, so if you want to grab a quick drink, you can. we have 2 talks on this stage left for the evening. And this next speaker will be presenting from Orkanya Protocol. Please welcome Eddie to the stage.
Hello guys, thank you for joining me tonight and thank you for having me. Today I want to talk about the Orkanya DEX. So in the light of the recent events with FTX, I think we can all agree that trust in centralized exchanges has grown slimmer and slimmer, and the need for a decentralized exchange or decentralized exchanges has grown wider. Now, current existing decentralized exchanges such as Uniswap are inefficient for users' usage. They have very high gas fees, very high swap fees, a very high need for liquidity, and constant need for users' liquidity to keep the DEX operating. This makes these DEXs unsuitable for users' day-to-day trading and makes centralized exchange more of a suitable option, which is why users are still using centralized exchanges. To solve all these issues, we created the Orkanya DEX, which we categorize as the first ever DeFi 2.0 DEX. It has the lowest ever gas fees, lowest ever swap fees, lowest ever need for liquidity, and self-sustaining liquidity. It's one of the DEXs, it's one of the first DEXs to have its own self-sustaining protocol. So overall, the Orkanya DEX has a gas fee as cheap as transferring a token. So whenever a user is making a swap, for them it is as cheap as transferring that token to someone else. The swap fee starts at a minimum of 0.1% and a maximum of 0.2%, making it a competitor for exchanges such as KuCoin and Kraken, who has such fees. Now, overall, the technology that allowed us to build this can be summarized into I can say 3 technologies. One is known as nuclear coding, which is a refactoring of logic in smart contracts development, which allows us to achieve such efficient gas prices. The other one is middle crypto protocol, which allows the cheap gas prices and the efficient liquidity handling and low liquidity need, which also allows the low swap fees because it combines all the liquidity pools into a concentrated model. The third one is known as the expanding liquidity model, and it's what makes the DEX self-sustaining and expanding itself. Now, I'm gonna skip through some of these. I don't want to take too much of your time. The product is live on testnet. If anyone wants to test it, you can go to orkanya.io. So now let's go over the simple benefits of it for users, because the Orkanya DEX was built mainly to focus on user experience, to allow decentralized exchanges and to allow users to operate on decentralized exchanges without putting their life savings into each transaction. So the users can enjoy lowest ever trading fees, as I said, only 0.2%, lowest ever gas fees, as cheap as transferring a token, which right now on Ethereum can be $1 or even less. Rewards from trading fees, this is for liquidity providers. Because the DEX has a concentrated liquidity model, the rewards can be very high even when the activity on the DEX is very low. And overall, one unique feature of the DEX is it's the trading tools. Currently, other than the Orkanya DEX, 1inch are the only protocol out there that offer trading tools, which allows users to set buy and sell stop limits for different cryptos. In this scenario, it would be swap stop limits. Now, overall, I want to reach the comparison panel. Okay, so overall, this in here can give you more details about the competitive, or what we fix compared to other DEX. So we all know Uniswap and we all know its other forks. The fees on Uniswap, they start at 0.3%. Now when a user wants to trade on Uniswap but doesn't have a direct liquidity pair, they would have to go through pair hops. Every time they go through a pair hop, that's an extra 0.3% fee. So overall, the swap fee itself on Uniswap can go as high as 1.5%, which is something definitely not suitable neither for institutional nor retail users. The Orkani DEX, on the other hand, has a starting fee of 0.1% and a maximum possible fee of 0.2%. No matter what you do, you cannot break that fee or go above it. The gas users on Uniswap, it averages at 300,000 gas. However, it can go as high as 1.5 million for a single swap. The Orkani DEX, on the other hand, the lowest possible swap ranges at around 49,000 gas, and the average one, or the highest average one, is around 98,000 gas, which, if you know, is the average of a regular token transfer on the blockchain. Now, liquidity, as we said, the other exchanges are fully user-sustaining. They depend on users to provide liquidity to the pairs to allow trading. The Orkani DEX allows users to provide liquidity, but at the same time, it builds its own liquidity through a series of very small fees and accumulation of swapping fees. Now, trading overall on the traditional decentralized exchanges is limited to the available pairs. When I add a certain token, it has to be connected to another token in a pair or via pair hops to allow trading with it, which can result, as we said, very high fees or not possibly tradable at all. On the Orkani DEX, on the other hand, once a token is added, it is immediately tradable for any other token on the DEX without any extra gas fees or extra swap fees. Now, when it comes to trading tools, we already said that none of the traditional ones, except for 1inch, which is an aggregator actually, provide these tools, while on the Orkani DEX we provide advanced trading tools. Now, of course, if you want to go in details, we can spend all night talking technicalities and all of that, but I will leave that to you guys. If you have any questions about the technicalities or logic behind the protocol, I will leave it to you to ask. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Well, the protocol is not live yet. We're actually right now remodeling our website. We will be relaunching it next week, and hopefully next week as well, we will start our initial coin offering to raise funds to launch the DEX. Any other questions? Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. And now, we have the last talk of the evening, everyone. So please give like a massive welcome to Jyoti. She will be covering the MetaMask SDK and how you can take away user pain by integrating it into your dApp. So welcome, Jyoti. Woo!
Hi, everyone. So the great news is that this is the last talk. So yeah, bring together all your energy and focus. Yeah, and this is going to be about MetaMask SDK. I'm Jyoti. I'm a senior developer with MetaMask team. During this talk, we'll see what is MetaMask. So I hope a lot of you already know what is MetaMask, but yeah, I'll give an introduction for those who are new to MetaMask about what is MetaMask. And then we'll see how dApps currently connect to MetaMask, what are the pain points in doing that, and we'll see how MetaMask SDK take away the pain point of connecting dApps to MetaMask. We'll go through video demos. We'll see what all platforms does SDK currently supports and what are the next plans for MetaMask SDK. We'll complete by some time for question and answers for everyone. So to begin with, why MetaMask? So MetaMask, as you all might already know, is your gateway to blockchain applications. So MetaMask helps Ethereum-based websites to connect with blockchain. And it does that, it takes care of the complicated part of account management, of cryptography, of interfacing with the blockchain, while dApps can conveniently access MetaMask for sending their transactions to the blockchain, signing messages on the blockchain, and so on. So although it's like that useful application and how it's currently available to dApps on browsers. So if you have MetaMask, take example of simple dApp like Uniswap. So you usually have this connect button on the top, and if you click the connect button, you connect with the MetaMask, and then you can go ahead to send your transaction, sign your message, and do whatever you want with the wallet. So currently, if you are on browser, on desktop, you can conveniently connect with MetaMask, or if you are on mobile, you can connect with MetaMask Mobile from an in-app browser. But native mobile applications, native desktop application, or web-based mobile applications have struggled to connect with MetaMask. They use alternative tools like Web Connect or WebLink to connect to MetaMask, but that even is not very convenient, and it is at times glitchy. So this is where MetaMask SDK comes into picture. It's not a huge tool, but it's a great convenience. So it sort of helps plug in MetaMask into your dApp. MetaMask SDK is a secure, convenient, it's reliable, and it's a very simple tool which helps you connect MetaMask to your dApp. And MetaMask SDK is for developers. So developers can put MetaMask SDK in their dApps, and it's very easy. It's just a few lines of code. And when the client actually uses the application, MetaMask SDK will conveniently guide them. So SDK will detect the MetaMask support in your dApp. If it's not already integrated, it will guide your user to integrate or install MetaMask or whatever is needed, depending on the platform. So how does it work? I'll show you the code required to integrate it in a JavaScript application. So it's just some simple 2 lines of code. Install MetaMask SDK from NPM and initialize it by instantiating MetaMask SDK in your JavaScript code. So it will detect whether your browser has MetaMask extension installed. If it doesn't have, it will prompt user to install it. I have a small video of how exactly it works. So this is a desktop web application which has been, so this is MetaMask SDK. It detected that MetaMask extension is not installed. It will prompt user to connect to MetaMask. So either user can go ahead to install it on the desktop browser, or they can connect with MetaMask Mobile. So they can just scan the QR code, and the MetaMask will be connected. Their account will be connected on MetaMask. They can then go ahead to sign transaction from MetaMask or send message through MetaMask. And it is as convenient as that. Here is an example of a native application. This is a gaming application, Unity. So MetaMask SDK enables native applications to connect with MetaMask directly. So if they open the application and they hit connect, it will show the QR code. You can scan the QR code from MetaMask Mobile, and it will connect to your account on MetaMask, and then go ahead to do transaction or sign message or whatever from your gaming application. So this is a small tool, but it takes away a lot of pain from native applications to connect with MetaMask. Yeah, the platforms currently supported. So there are mainly 3 categories of platform currently supported by MetaMask SDK. The one big category is JavaScript application. It includes React and related platforms, or pure JavaScript application, React Native application, Node.js, or Electron. Excuse me. On the mobile side, there's support for React Native, iOS, and Android already there. iOS Native and Android Native are under development. Unity is coming by end of this year, and Unreal Engine is also under development. What's next with MetaMask SDK? So as I mentioned before, the plan is to extend MetaMask SDK to include more and more platforms. So the dApp on different platforms like native applications, gaming applications, and all different kind of applications can connect with MetaMask conveniently. There's also plan to improve the user experience of MetaMask SDK, so onboarding within dApp's user experience or allowing integration to tools like Snaps or other Web3 tools is under consideration. So that was mostly it for MetaMask SDK. We looked at what problems does MetaMask SDK solve and what are the future plans with it and how does it really work with video demos. Now we have a bit of time for any questions that you might have about MetaMask SDK. Okay, thank you everyone. Oh, you have a question?
Okay, he'll ask you after, Jyoti. Anyone else have any questions? One there? Okay.
Hi, thank you for today. So please tell me, any other example about MetaMask SDK except Wallet Connect? Okay, so please tell me, any example how to use the MetaMask SDK in addition to Wallet Connect.
So can you give an example of how to use MetaMask SDK in addition to Wallet Connect? Wallet Connect? Yes. So can you give another example of using MetaMask SDK besides Wallet Connect?
Wallet Connect currently has a lot of issues. So if you go to MetaMask repo, look at the issues reported while trying to connect MetaMask via Wallet Connect, you will see a lot of issues. So MetaMask SDK take away a lot of that pain. Additionally, Wallet Connect is a more general utility, so it takes care of all the different wallets. But MetaMask SDK has been developed just for MetaMask, so it's like more convenient for the users.
Okay, so who will be the main target user? Target developer is a GameFi developer or what is the main user of MetaMask SDK?
Who's the main, what are the main developers that would use MetaMask SDK? Is it game developers, dApp developers, DeFi developers? Like, what developer audience benefits the most from the MetaMask SDK?
It's mainly useful for developers working on native applications. So because browsers are already good with integrating with MetaMask, but native apps are the apps that struggle to connect with MetaMask. So gaming application developers and native application developers or mobile native application developers will be the main candidate. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Well, in that case, thank you, Jyoti. Thank you for closing us out. And thanks, everyone. Yeah, have a great rest of your night.